Fuck it, we back.
Yep. Yep. That's right. It is a new era of EBA. An era where I'm actually a D&D streamer now. Ish, maybe, kind of. We'll see next Tuesday. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. Ramus, good to see you. I've missed you, my friend. It has been less attractive and less incredulous here without you. So, welcome back. What's going on, Ramus? Thank you for the 33 months. Holy shit. Jesus, what's up? I actually noticed that because I was I was getting some shit ready, and I heard TTS. And here's the thing. On Streamlabs, Brian wouldn't swear. So I guess on Stream Elements, Brian's willing to swear now. So have at it, I guess. No one get me banned, please. That'd be great. Otherwise, what's up, guys? Good to see you all. Good to see you. It is a beautiful Wednesday morning here in the Canadian mountains. In fact, it just snowed a lot yesterday. So I went to the gym this morning, and I had to like trudge through the snow to get there. It was not ideal, but got there I did. Got home I did indeed as well. And we got a bunch of work to do this week because if you guys missed yesterday, it was the official start, the planning phase of the very first stream game, which is gonna be good. I feel like we're gonna have a bit of a unique. I don't know of anyone else who's gonna be running a stream game quite the way that I'm gonna be doing it with Fishy. So I'm excited about that. I'm looking forward to. I'm nervous though. You know, I'm very nervous because Who knows what I'll be able to accomplish? Who knows what I will fail at? Who knows what I will get canceled for? I was gonna see what Yuna's opinion was, but she's not there. I thought she was up here. She was up here. Where'd my dog go? I was gonna pick her up. It was gonna be what I was gonna do during the intro. I was gonna dog during the intro, but alas, apparently I'm not worth it. So highly encourage having a filter for TDS just in case. Well, I don't know. I don't know what you're allowed to say on it or not. I'm guessing since it's through bits that they basically has a bit of a filter on it. Like, I'm guessing you're not allowed to say anything truly heinous. But I can also now skip and mute alerts. So for the longest time, I actually couldn't, which sucked. Because that was it's bad. It's bad. It's not good. It's not good when you can't skip alerts. But I can now. Because I have my alerts attached to Streamlabs, or sorry, Stream Elements, which is now attached to my OBS. So if it's a problem, I just skip it. Or I just mute it like I did yesterday, which didn't feel good. But I hope yesterday's stream was good. I hope you guys had fun. You know, I didn't read too much of chat, to be honest. I didn't get a chance really to see what was going on, so I didn't really get a ton of opinions or feedback from y'all. I was more busy kind of in the mode trying to you know, get just get the game started, man. I just wanted to get the game started, have a happy player. You know, I'm excited though. My vision for the game is ideally I want to start. So here are the requirements for me to run a stream game that have made it not ideal for the future. One, it needs to be low pressure, low stress. I need to not have there's a lot of people who the production of their stream is like a hobby. They buy the lights, they buy the whatever, they got the ring light, they got the Philips Hue, they got the wall panels, they do the thing, they set up the stuff, scene transitions, whatever. For me, it's fun. Like, I have a decent light, I have a decent microphone, I got what I need to got, and I got my OBS is bare bones, right? I can't do a lot of things that other streamers can because I don't have it set up in OBS. So my goal was not to have a high production stream event, to have a big show, but to have more an organic kind of just fun, chill, whatever kind of thing. So I needed to find players that wanted to do that. So that's difficult, right? And I needed to find as few people as possible to play D&D with me, because I don't want to have to play D&D every week. I need to not be committed to it, basically. Now, here's the thing. So that's gonna sound weird because it's like, oh, but like, so are you saying that you're not gonna have the D&D game every week? Like, how's that gonna work? No. So part of me streaming is that I need to know that any day, for whatever reason, doesn't matter, I don't have to stream. If I want to be late a half hour, I can be late a half hour. I do not do good with rigid time structures anymore since I stopped working at a real job, and that stresses me out if I have appointments or commitments or whatever. Like, I was stressed at the gym yesterday morning. I'm like, okay, we gotta get out of here. I gotta get home. I gotta step strap and do the thing with Fishy today. So the fewest amount of people that I can have to commit with that are also super chill, the better. So Fishy had been sort of poking at me, and I've been memeing at her about running a D&D game. And so I was talking with a friend the other day, and he was like, just do it. Stop being a bitch. And I was like, okay, fine. So we're doing it. So, but I would like to honestly bring other people in, bring other streamer friends in for little adventure bits, bring Ella in, obviously, and have it be kind of like a more exploratory West Marches. I want it to be accessible. So like the type of game that I want to run that allows me to invite like a streamer friend in for a couple of episodes, or Ella to come in here and there, is also the kind of game that doesn't have the kind of big, long Critical Role story that if you're not caught up, you don't know what the fuck's going on. I want people to kind of be able to get a 5-minute, like, where are we? What are we doing right now? Oh, cool. Got a quest the guild, got the thing. Now we're off to do this thing. Great. Cool. That's where we're at. I want anybody to be able to jump in and watch an entire episode and fully enjoy it with as much or little context from the previous episodes as possible. And if you're there for all of it, you can track the plot lines and whatnot. And it's hopefully gonna be fun and fulfilling and rewarding. I'm greedy. I kind of want to do both. Like have a good long-term plot that makes it fulfilling and satisfying and fun and whatnot, but also make it like chunky and like not be super like stuck in that, you know. So we'll see how it is. But yesterday we figured out the basics of it with Fishy, which is gonna be fun. The Eldara campaign is soon, Alana. I'm so excited, bro. I don't know. I'm nervous about it. We'll see. I gotta start super small. I gotta start super humble. I gotta just play a game with a friend and not think about it too hard, you know, and be fairly scuffed. Yeah, that's the whole like, I need to start that way. So we're gonna run a couple of episodes and see how it is. And also, Fishy might get some sort of a big fancy job and be unable to stream with me anymore, and I'll have to like in the mornings. I'll have to either change it to the evenings or like do one-on-one D&D with Ella or find somebody else that wants to do it and is super chill about it. I don't know. Whatever. So this week we need to figure it out. We need to like plan it out a little bit, and I have a good idea for it. Y'all are gonna see me DMing pretty off the cuff. I'm not gonna do a whole lot of prep. I'm gonna DM in my most comfortable state, which is fairly, I don't know, freeform or whatever. Base, to be honest, cozy podcast style. D&D goes hard. I think so. Like I like the big production. I have, you know, I'm well acquainted with other D&D streamers that do very high production stuff, that do a very good job at it. You know, Phoenix and of course Careful Cantrip and Blackwater, and I'm super proud of them and super happy of them to watch their stuff and be, you know, part of their fan base. But I think that I would have to run D&D a little bit more differently if I was going to run it. So we'll see how it is. You do right, dude. If you can't have pretty much the same stream without the bells and whistles, you can't grow on other platforms. I think that's true. Yeah. I don't know. Because I will probably be uploading it as a podcast thing as well. I don't know. I'll see. The problem is that's extra work, and I don't want to commit to literally any extra work right now. So I typed that idea, Evan. I got a commitment at 5 p.m. I'm worried about it from 10 a.m. Onward, and I can't get anything done. Dude, me too. Yo, Nate, absolutely. That is me. If I have an appointment, the only time I don't worry about an appointment is if I have an appointment right after stream. So like I'm gonna go get my haircut in a day or two. I forget when, sometime this week or whatever. And it's at like 2:45. So I finish stream at 2, get in the car, I'm good. You know? And that doesn't stress me out. But if I have an appointment, like if I have a D&D game that I have to be there for or whatever, like my players know that I reserve the absolute right to just say, I don't feel like it tonight. Now, I've never really done that. I've probably done that once, you know, but I cannot be part of anything. It's one of the reasons why I don't get the chance to go on a lot of like other D&D shows or something, because sometimes I get an invite and it's like, hey man, do you want to come on our D&D game show or D&D podcast or D&D, you know, game? It's like, do you want to do this? And I'm like, great, sounds like a lot of fun. They're like, okay, cool. It's in 2 months. It's in May, and it's May like 11th or whatever at 6:30 Central. And I'm like, bro, I don't know if I'm gonna be alive in May, dude. What do you want me to make plans for in May? Like, I'll make plans on like Thursday. I don't know what's. Oh, man, it ruins my whole month knowing I have plans. So. Reviewer, always support you not streaming. That's why I've been not showing up. Thank you, Ramus. I appreciate that. That's a real one. Pick up D&D special guests. Yeah, that's what I kind of want to do. I want my D&D game that I run on my channel to be very, very fucking chill. I like I said, I got a lot of respect and love for the high production shows that are D&D shows that people that I know and love run. I don't think I could run that. I think I would get too lost in the like proper production of it. To me, the best stuff on Twitch is always more organic. You know, I always think of like I have friends that I see doing collaborations with other streamers, and they're like, oh, we're doing a collab. It's gonna be a big like formal event. It's like a whole thing. It's like we planned it and we got this and we sent out tweets and we did all. It's like they do these whole like there's a lot of Twitch etiquette that I'm not very good at, about like, oh, if, like you know what I didn't do yesterday? I didn't tweet out that I was streaming with Fishy. Now Fishy doesn't care about this. She's super chill, but like I know there's streamers, they'd be like kind of like expecting certain things, like if you're doing whatever, this or that, you know, you got to collab in a certain way. And I tend to befriend streamers that aren't super like tightly intricately, like they need all that kind of stuff. So I feel like I could actually stream with any of my streamer friends pretty easily. But a lot of people are like that, and I'm not very good at all that. So I feel like I wouldn't be very good at the like proper etiquette and form and whatnot behind and all that whole thing. And I look at big streamers doing, like, the real streamers that do collaborations, it's always super organic. And I wonder if sometimes there's a bias, like an inherent bias amongst small streamers that's part of the reason they stay small. Except for VTubers. Big VTubers do this too, but almost exclusively no, they're big streamers. But their collaborations with other streamers are always very like on the cuff, you know. Mizkif calls Pokemon, they have a 3-hour stream together, stuff like that. So I think I'm better in that realm, and if my D&D game doesn't have to stress me out, then that's honestly what I need. So yeah, episodic serial D&D. Well, I don't know, I want it to be more video like. Imagine that there's, so okay, here's the mechanics of how I'm thinking about this. There's going to be a larger plot, right? A large plot that is sort of hopefully very interesting and fulfilling to follow. Now, the way we arrive there is going to be through more episodic adventures, right? But I want there to be sort of a home base and like a setting that feels like, you know, that you're always kind of coming back to this place. It's the guild hall for me, right? And that sort of serves a function of making the game a little more accessible. So, you know, say one of the things that maybe stresses me out, or that I don't really know what's going on in Critical Role, is that I found, maybe someone else can like give me a feeling about how they interpret other shows, but I can speak on Critical Role. I know that when they are doing something in one location, like they are going in and out of adventuring out of one area, like one city, one whatever. For me, I'm able to like kind of skip through episodes more. Not that I really skip through stuff, but if I didn't watch the episode, I kind of know what's going on. They're still in the city, they're still doing stuff, or they're coming back to this location. But I find when they're traveling all over the world to different places, your brain has to kind of like relearn this new place in D&D. And it's not even your game, it's you're watching somebody else's D&D game. And that's not as great of a viewer experience, I find, for me watching other stuff. So if I'm going to run a game and I'm streaming, I'm going to try and make it as easy to follow as possible. And there's like lessons that I've learned like that, that you'd organically, as a D&D game, you would just take your players wherever. And your players are like, some of your players, I have some players that I can explain like 5 minutes where they are, and they're like, okay, cool, I know exactly. Like, they have good D&D directions, you know? But other players, I have to remind them 8 times, like, who the bad guys are, where they are, what's going on. I had a player when I was describing, like, introducing Ella's character. She, like, got confused and didn't understand what was going on. She was like, oh, so you're a villain. And I'm like, no, she's not part of the she's not. She different knights that I just said, not all knights. Okay. I almost lost my shit. But you know, so you have to, for some players you have to explain it better, and for other players they catch on easier. And you know, that's totally fine. It's just different ways of people playing the games. But I find that when you are running a game for people, there's an extra level of removal when you're not playing in the game. All right, that it shut up Art. There's an extra layer when you are not playing in the game that makes it even more confusing. So yeah, I don't know. I'll be there Tuesday for sure. Super excited to see how you run a game. Thank you, Alana. I appreciate it. I hope it's fun. West March style, whoever makes it plays each game, returns to the same location. Kind of. That's sort of what I want it to. Like, I really want there to be a sense of, if somebody jumps in for an adventure, that like Ella jumps in for an adventure or whatever, she can come in for 1 or 2 weeks. Like, there's no commitment beyond like, hey, we're gonna go somewhere this week, and it's like, do you want to come in for 2 weeks? And it's like, great, then you come in. If you want to stay longer, you want to do whatever, jump in or out, it's easy. And you don't have to feel like you have to jump in for 3 months, because that's one of the biggest problems that I have found with like scheduling a D&D game with other streamers, people that have, you know, streaming abilities so that I can do whatever, is that a lot of people are like, ooh, I don't know if I can commit to 2 years of D&D, you know. But a lot of my friends tend to be, I don't know, I just make friends with streamers that are super uptight, you know. Maybe I just don't attract those kind of people. But I know that there's a lot of people in the D&D sphere that have sort of been talking about games that talk about these kind of big commitments, and I'm like, I don't know if I can do that, dude. Like, you know, I got invited to a game last year that they were like, hey, so this is gonna be a cool game, it's gonna be a big thing, it's gonna be fun, we're growing, or whatever. The game looked great, the channel looks great. I didn't really know them all that well, but it looked like a great opportunity. They're like, can you commit to like 60 weeks, like a year and a half of D&D, missing a week here and there? And I was like, I cannot. I'm sorry. I can't. That's a lot, bro. So yeah, I don't know. Why the fuck is my thing leaking? Oh, okay. My bottle was leaking. It's not. It's just making my day bad. That's all. Okay. Film behind when a lot of snow or shows like Critical Role is very much the reason why I'm really intrigued by the episode format. That way people can tune in for one stream or watch one VOD and still feel like they got a full D&D experience out of it. Yeah, because almost... So, you know, I have a bit of a controversial opinion here, Viddy. People might not like this. Some people will understand. Others will not like me for this. I'm going to lose friends when I say this. I'm aware of it. I need to be brave. I believe the main character of my D&D games is the world. I have a Warcraftian approach. People have always said that about World of Warcraft, that are the devs behind it. They say the main character of World of Warcraft is not you, it's not Thrall, it's not Jaina, it's Azeroth, it's the world, it's everything, you know, going on around it. And I think that when that mindset makes a D&D game easier to follow than when it's like, oh fuck, I don't like why is Ashton mad at Fresh Cut Grass? Like, wait, what's going on? I missed an episode. Wait, why is Imogen dead? What happened? Like, it's sometimes it's hard for me when I get just like when I even like tune out for an episode of Critical Role, because I'll watch Critical Role while I'm working, and sometimes I'll be working and like getting into a really good flow state for 2 hours, and I'm not going to go back and watch the last 2 hours again. I'll just keep going and try and like piece together what I missed, you know. So good morning, Atari. Will you explain your goal for the games makes you think about Monster of the Week show runs like Supernatural and such? Kind of. Well, maybe a little bit more like, think of that style, maybe Kitty, but with a little bit, but like more of an Uncharted, you know, or Tomb Raider mixed with other sort of adventures and vibes as well. So I thought we always had one person do a recap of last time D&D before we would start. That's a great idea, actually. The big city settings are strong contenders. I think they are, actually. Yeah, I think big city settings are great because you have mechanics going on that persist around the character's actions. So it's like you only have it narrows the field of what you need to have paid attention to know what's going on, right? It's like the basic idea is like every week we're gonna like Fishy's gonna go on an adventure somewhere in the Shattered Sea to do something that she is aligned with her goal that I don't want to spoil or whatever. But it's like it makes it easier for you to jump in. You're like, oh, what was the last adventure? And someone in chat can be like, oh, she went here and did this and found this. And you're like, oh, that's cool. And then like now we have this clue, and it's like it led us here, and you're like, great, now I know what we're doing. So each having an A arc with the being connected. Wait, hold on. I'm getting scrolled on. Chat scrolling on me. The B and C arcs would be my preferred style for X-Men sized groups, only run with a full group of season premieres and finales. Yeah, that'd be actually interesting. That'd be an interesting way of doing it, is having like, you know, being able to pick your cast kind of thing like that. Hearing out city builder campaign, every time someone jumps in for a bit, at the end they come back to town and build a shop or something. Their character shop, dojo, whatever is there now, and the town grows over time. So I actually had a really similar idea to something like that, but on a more of a campaign level. But that's a great idea for doing something like within the campaign on an episode level. You know, I prefer this. Why would someone be mad? I guess that is freshly cut. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I always thought that a good world, like for me, the Lord of the Rings. Okay, so here's an example. The main character of Lord of the Rings is, I think, really well balanced between the party, the cast, and the world. The main character of Star Wars, in a lot of ways, to me, is the world itself. The main character of Game of Thrones are the individual characters. And it's a very different vibe between each storytelling thing. But I'm trying to build somewhere in between Star Wars and Lord of the Rings. I'm not trying to build Game of Thrones. So, you know, it's like I have these ideas in my head about how to work it. And I think people don't necessarily always think that, you know, D&D has room for that style of game. So I'm hoping to prove some people wrong and make it kind of fun and hopefully a good place for people to jump into for their own adventures. Because I want the adventure that I run for Fishy to contextualize adventures you guys play in Eldara, if you ever do decide to play an adventure in Eldara, when stuff is ready for it, when the material is finished. So I've really ADHD and can't get into something that is a huge commitment. Like I would love Critical Role, but committing so many hours is a no-go. Yeah, no, it's for me, that's tough too. You know, which is why I wish Critical Role would do shorter campaigns. Like I think I don't know what episode we're on right now, but it's like episode 70 something or 100 around ish. I don't know what we're on right now, but I'm on episode like 40. And if Critical Role was like did like 80 episode arcs, like a year and a half, I think that'd be a great campaign, because I love the new campaign. We've only got that failing twice out of Critical Role. We've only gotten campaign 2 and campaign 3 starting. But I think the excitement and the you know, I just think it'd be my preferred way of watching it. But of course, it's not my D&D game, so who the fuck cares what I think, you know? The way I envision it is most similar to something like Brooklyn Nine-Nine, where you have a premise that gets resolved by the end of the episode and focuses on different cast members. Once in a while, you have two partners. Most of the season that is following the format of here's a problem, now they have to deal with it. Kind of, you know, it's like you have to mix between the bite-sized and the large story or whatever. So it's really hard to do almost a soft West Marches, regular schedule, regular party, but each session is self-contained with a greater central tension. Yeah, I was considering doing that for my D&D game starting back up, but we just kind of rolled into it, and I think we're just going back into our super narrative, whatever, again. So we'll see how that goes. I don't know. It'll be interesting to do both games in tandem at the same time. So the main character is the precinct itself in this analogy. I think so too. Yeah, people are different. And for Brooklyn Nine-Nine, I've only seen two seasons or whatever. Ella loves that shit. I've only seen a little bit of it, but it does feel like, yeah, the cast themselves are the main character, and the place itself is the main character, not an individual person is the main character. And I think that's a very difficult break for some D&D players to make that are used to their character being the main character because they watch Critical Role, which is a show about main characters, you know? So I don't know. It's too long for you next. Yeah, I can see that. Only watch Critical Role when they do one shots because it's too much to buy in. Yeah, and I've been wondering, Atomic, some people have been saying that I should skip the next 30 or 40 episodes of Critical Role. That I should, that there's a lot of it that's like they split the party and there's like a whole thing, and they met back up and they're doing stuff now that like is like back to being like what people are happy about. So I've been told that I should just skip 30 episodes of Critical Role. So I don't know what that's gonna. Where I kind of want to. Like I would love to be back to being current on Critical Role. That would be a dream of mine, is to be current on it, following it, because I like following things weekly. I think there's like, yeah, it's like, okay, well, I just watch the episode every week. It's like, no, man, I like the hype of like a new thing coming out. Like I'm smart enough to know that I am susceptible to things like hype, right? And so I don't know. I think I might do some skipping, and I might catch up on Critical Role and try and get back to the current episodes, because I want to see what happens. I like this game. I like this game more than I like the last game, but not as much as I like the first game. It's tough, man. Listen. So the one thing I don't know what to do about Fishy, because I didn't really get a good sense of this from talking to Fishy. Now Fishy is somebody that's very good at communication. She's very good at being open and like blunt. You just ask her a question, but there are certain things that I like to kind of feel somebody's, you know, opinion out a little bit before, without, because I think directly asking someone about certain things is like you give yourself a response that you might not be able to that isn't as complete as how you interact with something, like honestly. So I don't like to ask my D&D players a lot of questions, because I find that even if they say like, oh, I like this kind of game, or I like this or that or whatever, they respond to things differently in game. You have to really feel it out with them as you're playing. So the one thing I don't know is how much Fishy, or how much your little Fishy is going to want NPCs, and then also how much that serves a game with few players and players bouncing in and out. Like, I just don't know about that. So I'm going to give her a bunch, and if she wants to take them on adventures, then she gets to go with a small party, and if she doesn't, fuck it, dude. You know, I don't know. Skill checks, Penguin Zero, Moist Criticals D&D is short sessions. They're doing like 10 episodes or arcs. Wait, Moist Critical plays D&D. I had no idea he played D&D. This is new to me. Shit. Okay. All right. I should check that out. If Critical Role did a session of a bunch of Exandria limited campaigns, or a season of a bunch of EXU campaigns, it'd be much more palatable. I think that Critical Role does a good job of having the long form payoffs. I think they do a good job of that, right? But I feel like I would want something more in the middle. I wouldn't want like 4 to 5 episode arcs. I'd want to have enough time to settle in, because I feel like there might be a little bit of anxiety behind, you know, if you're like trying to get your your game, your character finished, your arc told, your whatever. Like, it'd be more. I feel like too short would be very unsatisfying for the way Critical Role likes to run D&D. But definitely too long can get too long for me. So I don't know how many episodes campaign 2 was, but I remember at a certain point in time just sort of like checking my watch, waiting for it to end, because I was like, I'm not gonna watch this. It's too far gone. I'm not invested in it. I'm too far behind. I can't wait for them to start a new campaign for campaign 3, you know? And then, you know, kind of at that point now, you know, maybe, I don't know. I try to get more on-stream players. No, I'm not even thinking about asking people or anything yet. I'm just at the point where I want to start. I want to see how the game runs on its own. And I have like I have this vision in the future of how I want this to work out. But a lot of things need to go right for me to want to do this for a long time. Because like, look, if I decide that Fish and I want to do like a 4 or 5 episode arc for like a month or two, and then we're like, that was fun, but like, cool, see you later. And I'm like, I want to go prep something or do something else or whatever. You know, I don't want to have a big commitment on my shoulders. So I don't want to like be asking people like, hey, do you want to come on the show in 3 weeks? Or in like 2 months for 3 weeks. And it's, you know, when I'm not even sure if I'm going to be on Twitch in 3 weeks. Who knows? Maybe in 3 weeks I'll be on Kick. Maybe I'll just be in a, maybe Kick will offer me $100,000 to be an exclusive Kick streamer. You know, maybe Aiden Ross will buy me a mansion in Miami, and I'll have to go over there. Who knows? So I never like to plan too far ahead. You know, I have so many large, ambitious plans that are so deep into the future that I try and simplify a lot of the mechanics, the operational side of what I do during the day to basically no planning, you know? So I have much better time watching Powered by the Apocalypse style games than 5e because those games tend to end somewhere around 12 to 20 sessions. Interesting. It's kind of built into the mechanics of that. I never really played much Powered by the Apocalypse. I've seen it play, but I never played myself, so yeah, I don't know. VDHG on projects myself too, hyperfocus when and the new hyperfocuses. Yeah, I don't know. You know, and I was talking about for a long time about doing a one-on-one show thingy with Faye, but I don't know. We've been talking about it recently, so maybe that'll happen. Maybe I convince my oldest friend on this platform, Mendari, to come play some D&D with me, because we played D&D a couple of times in some home games with like Ella and a mutual friend of all of ours, which was a lot of fun. And I love playing with Mendari. She's a gem, man. She's a good friend. And I love to play some D&D with her. So maybe I can make it work and get her in. I really want to play with Ashy, and I really want to play with Alma, and you know, there's a couple other people that are I know play D&D that I could probably ask. A couple of the streamers that are in the community too. It'd be kind of fun to, like, you know, get some people on that are part of the Dragon's Claim that I haven't, you know, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Plans are plans. Is the whole thing. I'm not going to worry about it too much. I'm just going to have a good time and try my very best to kill Fish's character off as fast as possible. Because, look, I value my friendship with Galactic Goldfish greatly. I do. She's a dear friend of mine. She's one of, you know, one of few people that I talk to fairly regularly. But I will sacrifice my friendship with her entirely to TPK her. I'd sacrifice my friendships with anybody TPK. Thorkin, Cobalt, Ashy, Guapo, Ama. I'd trade any of them to TPK them in a game. And if that's the price I have to pay, is they're mad at me and they don't play D&D with me anymore, then so be it. That's the way it is, man. I can't fix it, so. Anyway, I need to draw a temple today, and we also need to draw Runa. We need to draw Fish's character, so we have art for her. I would love to be able to have, at the very least, light portraits of everyone who plays in the game as a player. You know? Which would be very nice for me as far as not having to work a lot. Because committing to drawing lots of portraits is tough. It's a challenge, dude. I don't know any way about it to, you know, I should be a real artist that can do these things. I should be someone that can confidently stride into no matter what the occasion that I have to make art for. You know, I'd be able to just make beautiful art, not worry about it in, like, you know, 2 days or whatever. No. You guys know me better than that. You know how long it takes me to make stuff. The fucking painting I made for Victus took 2 years. Alright? The painting I make for Guapo is gonna take 3 years at this point. Like, holy shit, dude. I'm actually very excited. I'm gonna be messaging a couple people literally this afternoon to start their commissions and see if they still want them, and I'm actually very excited about it. Getting Victus's off the table for me was actually a big, like, required thing I had to do to be able to start getting to my other commissions and like project people want me to do and whatnot. So it might not like I didn't make a big deal of it, but this week I released myself from a massive fucking shackle I have been not because of anything that Victus did. Victus has been the most patient, understanding, beautiful person that I could have ever asked to do anything with, right? But this shackle I have put on myself and said I can't progress or do anything else or whatever until this fucking thing is done. It's so important to me, making good on what I said I would do. So I have freed myself from that burden, and I am overjoyed that Victus and Myth are both fairly delighted about it. So if Kick's gonna perform at the pace for the F1 team is, that's definitely not the play. Look, man, you get a couple $1 million. You do the, what was the Microsoft one? Shit, I don't remember what it's called. The one Ninja went to. You do that. You go. You get paid to switch over there. You get paid. You do a bunch of stuff. You know, honestly, we can multi-stream now. So one thing I'm going to do to make Blaze's life easier soon is I'm going to be multi-streaming on YouTube and Twitch so that he doesn't have to save a VOD anymore. No, there's no porting of any VODs. It just goes to YouTube automatically, right? I will never interact with the YouTube stream. If people are watching over there, I'll have no idea. If people are doing stuff over there, I won't see it or whatever. But ideally, then I can have the VOD over there. Maybe, who knows? Maybe people find me over there as well, you know? So maybe I should multi-stream on Kick as well. Viddy. I'll just multi-stream on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and TikTok live. Let's go. Always do my best to be easy and accessible for the time slots, and you're worth it. I appreciate that, Ashy, because you were literally the first person that I was thinking about after we talked, Fish and I talked about like bringing other people on that I wanted to play D&D with. I was like, I really want to see Ashy and Fishy play on an adventure together and see how easily they either gremlin or how quickly they start arguing. One of those two things is gonna happen, and I am super happy to have either one. So I'd like to see you try and TPK me. Do you think I need an excuse? Do you think I am a DM that's limited by things like, oh no, there's no rocks to fall? Do you think my creativity is not stronger than your character's mechanics? I have killed players off in impressively creative ways out of nowhere. I am inevitable. All right. Child accepted video. Let's do it sometime. Would you get too bored of the characters if you didn't try TPK? Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, you got to put a little spice in there. It's like, yeah. Let's make a joke. Never mind. Yeah. Hanging proudly though, man, we'll try stuff. I don't know. Only 700 points from a green dragon check, so I put a green dragon in the Discord. A green dragon check involves you rolling a D100 in chat, and if you get 100, I draw a green dragon that day. There it is. So, congrats finishing comp. Thank you, Nix. It was a big one for me. It was one that I have spent way too much time. I probably put 150 hours into that commission because I was trying to learn new things and trying to do new things, and it wasn't good enough, and it just... And again, at no point was Victus ever like, hey, this isn't good enough. I was the one entirely being a little bitch baby about it. But I got off my shoulders. I finally began able to progress stuff, you know. And it also felt kind of like a bit of a recovery moment, because a lot of the reasons why I had to put all my commissions on hold was because of a bunch of things like went fucking chronically wrong in my life over the last couple years. And so a couple of people who had commissions at the time were the people that I should have canceled the projects for, and they would have understood if I said, hey man, things have changed my life, I can't do this project anymore. But I didn't want to let it go. I didn't want to let it go. I didn't want to like drop the project and not be able to finish it. It was important for me to be able to do that. So thankfully, very thankfully, Victus was like, all right, man, takes you as long as it takes you. Like, I'm cheering for you, bro. What a dude, you know? And Guapo too has waited 2 years for his fucking painting, and you know, Steel and Kitty both wanted commissions in October, and they've been waiting patiently, and a couple other people. So yeah, very very happy to get back to it. So it's gonna be such a bait and switch. Everyone's expecting VTuber gremlins, and we just get the job done. Dude, here's the thing: the actual, like, I don't want to discriminate against my flesh tuber friends that are streamers that I'd want to play D&D with. But do you know how much easier it is from a low production standpoint that I want to take for my stream to have somebody on that's a VTuber? Quite legitimately, it is massively easier for them. I got to figure out if I'm going to invite, you know, when I do want to invite people on that are humans and not cringy anime girls on the internet like Fishy. No, come on, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Relax. Jesus, your waifu is not cringy. I actually like making new overlays and shit, bro. I can't just like stick her in the fucking corner. Like, imagine I play a game with like Fishy, Ama, Ella, Ashy, you know, and Nyx. I can just shove them all in the corner over there. All right? I can just shove them all in the corner. It's fine. I don't have to worry about it. You know, I can invert Ella and put her above my camera. Like, I can just, it's so easy if they're all just anime girls that I can put on PNG form into my stream somewhere. It really gets complicated when it's an actual person that I need to worry about. So, what I might, dude, you know what I should do? If I have somebody on, I should spend 20 to 30 minutes making them a Vroid model in like Vroid Maker or whatever, and then make them download the VTuber software. So they want to guest my stream, they have to be an anime girl. Dude, that's what I should do, man. Just make it as I'd rather spend 20 minutes making them a Vroid than I would spending like 2 hours making a new overlay. So it accommodates, right? I am not a good measure for what anyone should do as a streamer, all right? Let's never forget that. What if our waifu is Catboy Evan? Oh, that's pretty cringe. Yeah, that's pretty cringe. What you're saying is that this has to be a huge ploy to get a bunch of cat girls to play D&D. You too, man. Oh, bro, if you're gonna play D&D as well, you gotta also be a cat girl. Like, what are you saying? There's not. Yeah, come on, man. This is the whole thing. Like, could bring a Dury on. He can be a fox girl. It could be a whole thing, man. Like, wait, isn't that a dude? Doesn't matter. No, it is super easy to play with VTubers. So the one person that would be hilarious is if I asked Mandari to play D&D with me on stream. I'm like, but you have to be a VTuber because I'm not making an overlay. She would be so fucking mad, dude. I should do this actually. Owner show up as Widener 100%. Owner would show up as Widener. I don't know if my stream and my aspect ratio, like I got two 21:9 monitors, but I don't know if the average person, if I stream in 21:9 to fit Ulner into the stream, you know, if that would work. I don't know if most people would be able to, like, you'd have to like carry it onto your second monitor, because every time I see Widener, I swear to God, she gets a little bit wider than the last time anyway. Cowboy Blacksmith, yeah, the easier to make scuffed reactive boogie people to use and use that exactly. It would be, right? You make Mandari a Myconid girl. Would I make why would Mandari be a Myconid? I would oh man, if I was gonna make Faye a VTuber, I'd probably make her a really pissed off tiefling. I'd probably make a VTuber with horns that's like bright fucking red and make her a really pissed off tiefling with a NASCAR hat because she's from the Midwest. God bless America. God bless. Mandari Swarm of Bats tuber. Oh, that's true, actually, yeah. Just so many bats, dude. Does she? I'm never there for the beginning of her streams. Does she still intro with just so many bats? God, I hope she does. I'm always either live or working when she starts her stream, and I always have to catch it like midway through. So I'm never there for the first half hour ever anymore. Fairy Ride VTuber, that works. Yeah, all right. There you go. Okay, so I'm playing a druid of the Pokemon. I cast Solar Beam. No, come on. Come on, we can't have any Pokemon VTubers. That's one step. A Pokemon VTuber is one step away from a Sonic VTuber. And now I'm realizing that my just sort of harmless, like, banterous shit talking might actually be hitting hard home for someone. There probably is a Pokemon VTuber out there. And I'm gonna just say it. There probably is a Sonic VTuber out there. And I'm not sure I want to know about it. You know? I'm sure they're lovely, but I worry about their chat. Is all. Yeah, that's the only. That's oof. Dude, I should see if I can get a D&D game with the entirety of Waifu Alliance. Send him on a one-shot and see how fast it takes for Arendelle to get drunk in game and kill somebody in the party. You know? If you guys want to see the fleshy play D&D, they can stream the game themselves. I'm ready for this mode DMing. Alright. Alright. Glad you're on board with it. I think the JSMB video for BRBs and channel points redemptions only. I haven't seen start with it recently. Really? God damn it. Oh, it's yeah, you're right. I was there for the intro because I was like, hey, I drew that like years ago. I was there for one intro recently, but I wasn't sure if she started with just so many bats before or if she goes straight into her intro. Is there a redemption in her chat for it? There's no channel point redemption for it, is there? Wait, that was me. While Mandari is offline, check out Evan Blair Art's suggested channel. God. I love Faye. I would commit an atrocity for Faye. If Faye got canceled, I'd go down with her. That's the kind of friendship that I offer Faye. That if she got canceled for saying something heinous or whatever, I'd go down with her. Okay, wait, does she have a channel adjustment bats channel point? $80,000 channel points. I can do it 3 times. I can do it 3 times. Interesting. Very interesting. All right. Okay. Jump redemption or bits redemption. Why did it cancel? Why did it censor bits? Did your phone autocorrect to the bitch redemption? That's hilarious. That's actually amazing. Here with the bat lock, yeah. Just when she starts trying to like remember some deep world building concept or whatever. We'll do it. We'll get in there. You have face my little brother used to make. If Faye and I were siblings, I would absolutely be the younger sibling. Even though I'm a decade older than her, I'd be the younger sibling. It's not even. I don't know, but she's got older brothers though, so maybe she has some untapped powers that I'm unaware of trolling. Who knows? That's why I have speech to text enabled. That's awesome. What an engineer move. What an actual engineer move. I'm impressed. All right. Do we want to pointy this one? Let's pointy it a little bit, okay? We talked about pointying it before we move on to the next one. We'll pointy it ever so slightly. But I think that Atari's call the other day to look at Byzantine architecture is probably the best place to go here, as opposed to basing it off of the Naboos. which is slightly different though. I am going to be looking at both. It's important not to base your designs off of something that has been based off of something else. But also, we're only human. We're inspired by what inspires us. So we'll see. We'll see. No promises. Yeah, I got to do so much writing and stuff to figure out this stuff for Fishy ahead of time. Hey, we got a bunch of stories to tell. I got some real deep world building I need to contemplate for this campaign thingy. I had some questions that require answering. Some mysteries that ought to be demystified before we get into it. I should just have a document of like secrets. Dude, what if we do a D&D game like no one else has done? What if I have a document of secrets of like how things work, of like deep lore, of like mysteries and shit, you know, that Fishy's like trying to investigate, and everyone can read it except for her. So the entire time we all just watching her stumbling through this, just like give everyone the DM perspective on it, you know? Let everyone see the DM notes, but tell her she's not allowed to. She would totally do that too. And then everyone can sit here and just cringe as she like doesn't solve a puzzle or like doesn't do whatever, so that everyone can share in the experience alongside me. And so all must know the extent of what I deal with then all game. That's actually a brilliant idea. I've never seen anyone do that before. Bat like widows hanging out in the Belfry Woods. Bad elf VTuber. Speech text through thought that I had said bitch redemption, and while it's not wrong, I'm really feeling that spicy. That yeah, listen. I'm not calling you out. I agree. You right, homie. Like it's I ain't on you about anything, all right? I'm chill. I'm good. Temple does feel like Hagia Sophia. Hagia Sophia. What is Hagia Sophia? Let's see. I'm bad at remembering names of. Oh yeah, it's the temple that I was literally. Okay, yeah. No, so it's not quite in the same. So it's somewhere between Istanbul and Jabba's palace as it is right now. But no, but that kind of Byzantine architecture is what I'm going to be basing the temple on. We're going to do a couple of different designs though. There's one, so basically I didn't get the ominous vibe that I wanted. I did a little sketch after stream of something I want to do. I want to do a long bridge connecting to something. So we're going to try one more sketch here, and then we're still going to Astral Knight this if we can. But we're not going to really cry about it if it doesn't work out. I am fully willing for it to be a stepping stone, I guess. Is the point I'm trying to make. I really want to go see that. That's one of the places on my list of places I want to go see before I die. But I have so many places I want to travel to, and so much art I want to see. You know, I'm kind of nervous. How am I gonna make it to all these places? Travel expensive, bro. It ain't like it was in 2005 where you can get a plane ticket to Tokyo for $700 round trip. Like, shit's expensive. I want to see the world, man. I want to join the Navy. Wait, hold on. I have a little bit of an unresolved issue I need to process a little bit. Hold on. Why do I want to join the Navy? No. Okay, I'm done. All right, I'm good. All right, whew, that was close. I almost joined the Navy real quick. Which baddest landmark? It is. Yes, I agree. I want to run a Truman Show campaign now where one person thinks it's a big mystery, but everyone else actually knows and is trying to mislead them without realizing. I think that's a great idea. I love the idea of gaslighting one player in your group, you know? I'm good. I'm good, Wolster. How you doing? I'm chilling. I'm in a good week. Had a good workout this morning. Made friends with an old guy at the gym. That was fun. Normally I only make friends with old women at the gym, so it's nice to actually talk to a dude at the gym for once. So, yeah, that was cool. There's a lot of old people in my gym. I go to this like rich old people gym. So there's not many like power lifters or bodybuilders there or whatever. It's mostly like yoga moms and like, I don't know, weight grandmas. Well, the entire concept of traveling. You don't like to travel? Why not? What's wrong with traveling? Traveling, nothing has made me a better artist than my experience traveling. I come back from trips, or I've always come back from trips in my time completely like energized, excited, inspired. I think travel is one of the most important experiences anyone can do for themselves just in general, but I think especially for artists. If you want to be like unlock your sort of creativity, getting out of where you are and going somewhere like different and seeing a different perspective and seeing different cultures and seeing different things is like, it makes you perceive your own designs and your own work in a different way. And it weirdly just inspires me to draw. I don't know why it is. Like every time I go to Maui to like see family, even though it's not like some like big lavish vacation, just being somewhere else, a different place in the world that has a different landscape completely from what I'm used to in Canada is very different. So yeah, it's inspiring, I guess. Do fantastic. Yesterday I spent an hour working on drawing a face shape and made progress. Excellent. Good. Excellent. We're back to drawing. And you're working on a novel. Novels are hard, dude. Writing is very difficult. I've found nothing but challenges there for me with writing. So I am I'm just, I don't know. I'm just trying to learn it one step at a time. I don't know if I have a whole novel in me yet, right? Jeremiah, thank you for the follow. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Good to have you. Why are my alerts on my OBS not working? That's frustrating. Okay, whatever. Hopefully it'll figure it out. Did I tell you last time? Well, listen. Sometimes Twitch is weird like that, so thank you for that, my friend. I appreciate that. Tony's pretty cool, but I can't because health issues prohibit it. Also, no money to travel. It all goes towards medical debt. Yeah, that can be. It is definitely very expensive. It's hard now. Like unless you're willing to do like the super like chill like hostels and backpacking and whatnot, it's tough. It's legitimately rough nowadays. I haven't been on like a trip in like 4 or 5 years, and for me that's very weird. I haven't been back to Japan in like 5 years now, which is weird. I would go to Japan almost every year as soon as I became an adult, like my 30s, you know, all through my 20s. So I'm pretty bummed about that. But yeah, it's expensive. It's hard now. And I mean, the economy is just overall making it tough, like everything tough for everyone. But definitely the airlines, like, and the travel industry, they knew what they were doing after COVID. They knew everyone wanted to go on a trip, and they knew that everything just went up in price after COVID. Hotels, flights, everything. So that the COVID patch really messed us up on traveling and has had challenging repercussions ever since. So I don't know how I'm gonna make any trips work in the future, but there are certain trips that I feel like I need to like morally make as an artist. I need to go see a couple pieces of work before I die. So there's a couple museums and a couple pieces of art that I need to go see in person. Weirdly, the Louvre is not on that list, strangely, but I want to go see the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam. I need to, before I leave this world, I need to stand in front of Rembrandt's Night Watch. I need to. That's important for me. So I need to go there. I want to go there. I want to go to the Polish, I forget what they're called. It's in whatever the national museum is in Warsaw. Eastern European painters, I think, are just the best we've ever seen by a long shot. It's not even funny, especially in more modern ones, like more like 19th century Eastern European painters. I don't know, there's the lineage of and tradition of classical painting held strong in Eastern Europe in a way it didn't hold strong in Western Europe, in my opinion. So I want to go to the Polish National Art Museum, whatever it's called, and then I need to go to Vatican in Rome, because I need to sit in front of the Pieta and contemplate my existence in the world. And I need to go to Florence, Italy as well to go see the statue of David, you know, which is, it's David seems like a one like everyone goes to. It's like so touristy. Like, don't go see David. It's like, you know, it's like a big fucking statue. He's naked. It's whatever. Just go see other art, whatever. David's overrated. I actually don't think it is. I think the narrative and implication around the statue of David, I think is actually, for me, there's a lot to it that I really value and think is very important. And I need to go see it. I need to go stand in front of it. I need to go contemplate my existence in the cosmos and my place as a human, actualizing myself in front of the divine, whatever that is. So, you know, just a couple of small trips. So I had to go to Amsterdam, Italy, and Poland. That's where I need to go before I die. So those are tough trips now. Those are very expensive trips. So, what's up, Hero Dragon? My partner's going to Hawaii, Oahu with her family, but I'm opting to not go along, particularly due to finances. Plus, traveling with people that is my partner, they're probably not going to be great for my pace anyway. Still unfortunate, but I'll get back to Hawaii eventually. Yeah, I'm very excited to go back to Maui. You know, it is we are going there to see family, so it's like there's that. But even like just being there for some reason makes me feel better. I don't know why. Ella says she hasn't seen me fully relax since the last time we were in Maui, and I'm scared that that's true. So Braylon's are super crazy because they'll probably put you on a Boeing airliner. What's wrong with Boeing airliner? I don't know. Boeing's fine, right? Really makes feel like a synonym for pilgrimage. Kind of. Like, I think it is a pilgrimage for me. Like, I need to go see these pieces of art, and I would describe it as a pilgrimage to go see them. Like, it's an important, it would be an important experience for me to get there. You know, I don't like to talk about art on that like higher whatever level, because I think it loses a lot of people. A lot of people don't care. What's up, Pelly? And you know, but like, to me, I have a connection with these classical pieces, that they mean something to me in a way that's difficult to explain, that I want to go see, and I want to just be there in person. I want to have nothing but air and whatever else in between my eyeballs and that stone or that canvas. I don't want to just see pictures of it. I want to go see it in person. I want to stand in front of David and contemplate that I am not all I could be as a human. I want to stand in front of the Pieta, probably 80 feet back, because I'm pretty sure Pieta is off in a alcove somewhere in Vatican and no one can go see it. But I want to like look around the corner and like see it, you know, and contemplate what true beauty and expression is in art. And I want to stand in front of Blizzard HQ and wonder why my game isn't. No, yeah, I want to go experience these things. I want to go see some shit. It's gonna be important for me. So I want to go make those treks, those pilgrimages, and find my way to yeah, art that I find very important and inspiring. There's a couple of pieces by God, how do you pronounce it? His name, Mateo, Polish painter Jan Mateo. I don't speak Polish, but I'm pretty sure, I'm 98% sure that you pronounce this as Mateo. But there are some pieces that Mateo has painted that are just so like this one is what's a good one? There are some pieces he's made that are like 30 feet across, and I just want to stand in front of them and think about what it's like to stand in front of a painting that's so masterfully painted, that's also just so gigantic. Because before I die, I want to paint a painting that's 20 feet across. I want to have that legacy somewhere in my history as an artist. So I need to go to Poland and stand in front of that. I want to stand in front of Night Watch in Amsterdam. Yeah. Statue of David's absolutely beautiful. I expected nothing going into it, but fucking blew my mind. Really? You went and saw David? That's amazing, dude. That's awesome. Yeah, I think it's a cool thing. It's a cool piece. Got a lot of interesting features to it and a lot of cool stuff about it that I really want to go experience for myself. I think people undervalue experiencing something for themselves because they just like see a video on internet and they're like, oh, okay, I know what's up there. Nah, man. Go see that mountain yourself. Go climb that thing. Go see that architecture. Whatever it is. Go stand in that building. I have a couple dreams in my life. I know a lot of them won't come true for like experiences. I want to go stand in front of the Statue of David and I want to ride in a fighter plane. That's it. Those are my two big ones. Yep. That's it, man. I gotta... It's very different dreams and goals. It's just, you know, it's kind of crazy. Those don't really align up, but, you know. It's just one Europe trip. Just get there with one flight, then trains. Yeah, I don't know. I think you're right, Nick. So I assumed getting around Europe was going to be harder and more expensive, but, like, everyone I've talked to in Europe is like, oh, yeah, you just take the train. You fly into Spain, and then you take the train to Poland. And it's, like, a couple days or whatever. And then you take the train down to Italy, and you just chill. So I would love to do a big Europe trip at some point in time, but it's very expensive now. It's oppressively expensive. You know, we priced out a trip similar to that years ago when we were like, should we go to Europe or should we go to Japan again? You know, and it was expensive, but it wasn't unreasonable. But I think now it'd be like, holy shit, right? That's important. I went and stood in front of the Constitution a couple times, awe-inspiring. So that is one thing I want to do. I want to go to Washington. And I want to do it myself. I really love American history, Atara, and I want to go stand and see the Constitution with my own eyes. I want to go to all the museums as well. Like the one museum I really want to go see in Washington is the Smithsonian Aerospace. That's like one of the biggest ones that I really want to go see. I love, you know, aerospace as an industry and as like a science and whatnot, and as a field. I love that entire like history and whatnot. I would love to do like a Washington DC trip, but I don't know how interested Ella would be in that. If I said like, hey, let's go do this, she'd probably be like, okay, cool. Like Ella's very easygoing, but I don't think that'd be on the top of her list of things to do. To be fair, the top of her list of things to do is Disney or Disney World and Japan again right now, and only because I've talked about Disney World so much. And she just feels offended that she hasn't been yet. So Disney World seems very expensive right now. I don't know if we'll get a chance to go before we are adults one day. 100% relatable. Standing in front of a Sunday afternoon on the island of La Grande Jatte that was more important than I expected. Seeing that the pointillism in person is burned my memory now. Yeah, good art is good art does something to you, man. People need to value it more, I think, or value the experience enough to give it a try. There's certain buildings I want to go to see. Like, I want to go stand in front of, like, a couple places in Istanbul. I want to go stand in front of La Sagrada Familia in some city in Spain. I forget which city. I think it's Barcelona. I can't go to Spain because Guapo refuses to teach me Spanish. So I need to find someone that's willing to teach me Spanish before I can go, which sucks. You know, Thorkin is willing to teach me French so I can go to France, but the problem is it's French Canadian and I don't want to get made fun of. So yeah, it's tough. It's tough, bro. Atari, are places like the Lincoln Memorial or like the Washington Memorial, are those places all like pretty cool? Have you ever done all that stuff as well? You know, as the Library of Congress, and have you done all of that stuff, or have you just done a little select bit of it? There's a phone bird that will teach you Spanish for free, or you can use translation headphones. I probably should just use, like, I think you can probably get anywhere with Google Translate now. Like even in the last 10 years, the first time I went to Japan, I did not have Google Translate. The first time I went to Japan, I had to rent a phone there because my phone carrier wouldn't phone in Japan, right? And then the next time we went there, we rented a Wi-Fi egg is what they're called. It was just a thing you can hotspot to, so you can still use your own phone for Google Maps and stuff. And the third or fourth or fifth or whatever, but we did that a couple times, and then we went to Japan again, and we had our own phones. It was like $15 a day to use our phones there. So I was like, cool. At that point, there were things because like I can't read Japanese. My Japanese reading skills are very shitty. Like speaking skills is okay, listening skills I think is pretty good, but I can't read shit. The thing is, Ella took Japanese in school, in university, so she can read really well, but she can't speak it that well. So her and I will get through Japan where I'll be like, wait, where are we supposed to go? What's that sign say? And she'll like read it out in Japanese. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. We're doing, you know. She's like, she reads it out. She doesn't know the fuck what she just said, but I like understood that. Then we, yeah. So I don't know. We make a good team over there apparently, but I could probably just Google Translate my way through, get it going anywhere in Europe. Also, I could be the obnoxious American tourist that refuses to speak any other language other than English. I could do that too. You know, I'm Canadian, but I think I could probably LARP it pretty well. I don't know. French people will wondering what you're saying based on experience of seeing them react to French Canadians. Really? Oh man. Man, I just want to be accepted by the slightly unpleasantly mannered French people. I've heard Parisians are assholes from many people, so maybe that's true, maybe it's not. Who knows? Washington audience kind of but the rest is incredible in DC. Dude, I want to go see it. Volunteering in the Smithsonian for a summer is on my bucket list. That would be sick, actually, yeah. If Barcelona doesn't really speak Spanish, or per se, they must speak Catalan. Yeah, so I did also ask Guapo about that, if I could learn how to speak Catalan, because I played this Age of Empires campaign. They were supposedly speaking those language, or that language over there, so... Is playing Age of Empires 2 a good reason to learn a language? Probably not. You know? That'd be good two-headed NPC idea. One head reads, the other head speaks. That's actually a great idea. You're right about that. But all the museums along the mall are great. Can you do them all in one day, or is it like how many days do I need in Washington when I do my DC trip eventually? How many days do I need? What do you think? Is it a 2 or 3 day trip, or is it like, bro, you need a week? There's a lot of places around the US that I'd love to go see. Not so many places around Canada that I give a shit about seeing. You know, there's just not a lot here. I know I should care more about my own country, but there's just not a lot to do over here, man. Toronto is kind of a shithole. I've been there once. Ottawa's cool, but Ottawa's pretty small. You can see most of what you want to see in Ottawa in a day. It's like worth it to go see like Halifax or somewhere in the Maritimes like once. I don't know if there's anything worthwhile to see on the island or anything like that, but Newfoundland, that is. 2 to 5 days depending on the museums. I want to do all of them. Just for the art museum alone, really? Shit. Apparently you're gonna need multiple days for each museum. What the fuck? Really? You want the monuments in a day? Okay. All right, so like 1 day for like Washington, and then like, you know, I don't know, like the rest of the week for for all the other museums or whatever. Is that what it is? Fuck, man. Supposed to be a natural history museum. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. You want to pan for gold in the Yukon? I absolutely do want to pan for gold in the Yukon. What do you mean? What red-blooded 30-year-old man hasn't thought about going to the Yukon to pan for fucking gold? What do you mean? Of course I want to go pan for gold in the Yukon. I want to go see the super far north of Canada at some point in time. Like I want to go up to Yukon, maybe like Alaska. I've been to Alaska before. It's beautiful, but not in the summer. And I want to go see that summer, but the problem is there's nothing to do there, and Whitehorse is honestly kind of sketch. That's what they don't tell you. Like I have a friend that flies to north Nunavut, like spitting distance of Russia, kind of north Nunavut. and he works up there at a small station, and so he has to fly out of Yukon, out of either Whitehorse or Yellowknife, and he says they're both shitholes, but they're not like that. The rugged northern Canadian whatever spirit doesn't exist up there, and they're just dirty, drug infested, unfortunate places. So that kind of ruined my dream, you know. I don't know. When I spent a month there, oh fuck, dude. I don't even know where you like stay in Washington, or like what you do or whatever. I'd love to go like to Arlington. I'd love to do a bunch of stuff in and around Washington, not just like the museums and whatnot. I'm a big American history enjoyer. I went through like a deep dive. My dad bought me a book years ago about the War of 1812, and I read through the entire book, and then I proceeded to watch like every documentary available about American history that I could find on YouTube over like a year when I was like going super deep, and it was a lot of fun. It was one of those fun deep dives that you like make it out the other side and you're like, huh, okay, yeah, I'm good with that. It was fun. It was a good one.
Flowerhorn cichlid.
Oh, please, Adaria. Now you're in my field here. I don't even need to Google a flowerhorn cichlid to tell you what it looks like. Listen, fish keeping is my jam, bro. Little does anyone know that I am actually a big aquarium and hobby enjoyer. Even though the only aquarium I have is this very small one because I live in an apartment now and we had to get rid of our big one. Flowerhorn cichlid, better than a lot of the other bulbous forehead animals. I would say I'm gonna rate this on the fish scale. I'm gonna give him maybe a stronger rating than I think a lot of people will think here. I think I'm willing to go all the way up to like 8.4. And you're like, 8.4, dude, that's not like, come on, bro, that's really 8.4? Like, it's a high rating for like just a cichlid. I'm not a cichlid fan. Because I don't want to have an entire cichlid tank. Cichlid tanks are pretty boring to me, but certain individual cichlids are beautiful, and that's a good boy right there. That's a good boy. So yeah, like 8.3, 8.4 around there. I think I'm good with that. So
hello,
thank you, Daria.
Hello. What we doing today?
Xanax. We're talking about the adventure and planning things out, and I'm drawing a temple, and we're talking about travel right now. So thanks, Xanax. How are you? Good to see you. I just told you guest room. Come on, man. Come on. I'm not gonna impose on somebody and stay fucking no, come on, bro. Asian arowana, dude. I have one. Are you kidding? Viddy. If one day I have a mansion, all right, that's big enough, I want in my basement, because of flooding. Thank you 100 bits, by the way, Adaria, Senex, and Viddy. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much. That's incredibly generous of all of you. If I have a large mansion one day, I want a couple of different aquariums, okay? I would like, one, I would like to live somewhere where I could enjoy a koi pond. I always thought koi ponds were cool, and then I went to multiple gardens in Tokyo and Kyoto that made me decide that a koi pond was the only place that I could actually relax, and that's pretentious and whatnot. I don't care. I want a koi pond. I want a koi pond, and I want a complete coral, soft and hard coral tank. I want to look at it and feel like I'm somewhere under the ocean, tropical. All right. I mean, in that tank, I'm contemplating a snowflake eel, but maybe just a variety of tropical fish is fine. I want a giant, like 300-gallon arowana aquarium. I want an arowana aquarium, and I want like an office. I want an office. Right? Oh, Jesus, that's
Rhinicanthus rectangulus.
I want it. Okay, give me a second. I want an office. Right? And on one side, I want windows. And I want to have a large desk in the office. and I want to have some sort of like massive piece of art behind me, like commission some painting, like some painter to make like some sort of like biblical looking scene from Eldar, or maybe I'll paint it myself, who the fuck knows, right? Of like fucking, you know, people and whatnot, and all sorts of shit going on, and like some sort of large event thingy. And then on this wall, I want like a multi-100-gallon arowana aquarium, and I want to get 3 Asian arowanas. I want a gold, I want a red, and then I don't have an opinion on the other one. Maybe a silver arowana or blue arowana. So I would like an arowana aquarium so bad. You have no idea. I'm gonna give the Asian arowana a solid 9.4 on the fish rating. Wait, two in one day, Aduria? What is that? I don't know this one. Oh. This is the what is it? The oh my god. What is its name? The Humu like Nuku Kwa, what is it? Huapa. I know this fish's name. The Humu Nuku. Oh, Humu Nuku Apua. Yeah. I was close, man. Yes. What a good little guy. I see tons of these every time I go snorkeling in Maui, and it's always a pleasure. So I'm gonna give it a solid 8.9. That's a great fish. Maybe higher than it deserves because it's just the fucking fish, tropical fish. But I'm gonna give it a higher rating because the Humu Nuku Apua is personally important to me. So yep, 8.9, maybe 9.1, 9.1. You know, depends on the size of it. What's up, Bailong? Damn, those are some good fish, guy. I'll admit, y'all are impressing with the fish meta. The fish meta goes hard. Like, y'all are impressing me. Oh, then one of the last aquariums that I want to get, just to finish that off, is I want to get a super nice, luxurious 10-gallon, not too big, a 10 or maybe a 15-gallon, a super nice 15-gallon beta sorority tank. I want to make a beta. We had a small beta sorority for a while, which is just all female betas. You can't put males together; they'll fucking kill everything. But you can put females together, and they're usually pretty chill with each other, unless one gets really big, and then that's a problem. But usually, if they're in a big enough tank, they'll all grow together. And we've had a sorority before, and it was a lot of fun. It was great, and they were all super chill and wonderful. So, I'm a fish enjoyer. I've always enjoyed the fish hobby since Ella demanded we go get betas when we were teenagers. So. That's me. Want to convert a sunroom if they have one to an arowana tank with rays? Ooh, that could be kind of cool. Not a big ray enjoyer, but I always respect it. All right, so I need to do this super ambitious, like, man. This is our first concept for our Astral Night Temple. The next one that I need to do, because I want to do kind of two, I want to do one more fortressy, is going to be kind of difficult. Oops. I want to do a bridge leading towards it. I want to have it on like, you know, something like that. That's what I need. Obviously, we need to figure out perspective and shit. So maybe we'll color the other one in, or paint the other one first. But I want to do something that feels a lot more Byzantine and feels like it's on, like it's more of a defensible fortress, right? Because I think this was cool, but this doesn't feel very fortressy to me. It's too like, I mean, it's very fortressy, but it's like, it's got a nice path winding up and there's mountains and whatever. And I want to do one that feels like it is on the edge of a rock in some mountain range, you know, that you have a long bridge. I want there to be this like, I have this kind of this like vision of walking up to the night temple that involves some sort of very long bridge and or staircase. But I think a staircase is not a good idea because obviously you can't get carts in and out of there. But I think about this long bridge that has like large spires at each end that sort of kind of like frame as the you know, the journey or whatever. So I kind of want to try that too. A lot of fish I learned about that fish from a toddler song. Really, that's pretty good. I think I've seen one on a menu before as well. I think I've seen it on a menu somewhere in Hawaii. I could be wrong. I know there was a restaurant in one of the hotels that we went to that was named after it. But no, when we go to Maui this year, I am going to eat an entire mahi mahi. I'm gonna eat the whole thing. I'm gonna rid the Hawaiian seas and the Pacific Ocean of one entire of those fish. Is how much I'm gonna eat. So I'll feel better when I'm eating a lot of fish. I don't know if everyone feels the same way about certain types of food. You just feel better when you're more healthier or more energized when you're eating certain types of food. Fish is always one that I always feel really good eating, but it's very expensive where I live, so don't get a chance to eat a lot of fish here. Maybe it's part of it. It's part of the novelty of it then, is that I just don't get to eat all that often, so I feel good about it when I do. I don't know. I don't know the mechanics of it, bro. So we're going to do a really shitty version of this as just a concept thing, and then I'm going to get a perspective grid out and make sure it all, like, perspectivize well. And then we'll maybe try something a little more Byzantine with some of those, like, spires and, like, multiple layered domes that, you know, have that kind of spikiness to them. We'll see how it works. Perspective is going to be the thing that makes or breaks this. I'm either going to earn the respect of artists everywhere for being a master of perspective, or I'm going to terribly, terribly embarrass myself. And I might do both simultaneously. That's the goal, anyway, for most pieces of art I make. If I was attacking a fortress with a bridge, I'd send a team of stealthy wizards who could cast a few earthquake spells on the bridge, strand the forces inside of it. What if inside their fortress they build a castle, and from their castle they build trebuchets, and they load trebuchets up on their border, and they launch trebuchets at your, or trebuchet rocks at your wizards on the other side of the bridge. That's the thing, man. If Age of Empires taught me one thing, it's never go up to a wall with trebuchets unless you have more trebuchets. So I really let Age of Empires 2 influence a lot of what I do in my world, don't I? Whether very good or very bad, I don't know. Say hi to Humu Humu Nuku Nuku Aqua from Hawaii. Baby Shark sing along. Oh, really? Parent life, right? Can't be worse than Van Gogh's perspective. True. I'm not a big Van Gogh enjoyer. I feel like a lot of people are big like Van Gogh, not on my list of things I need to go see. I went to and I saw an exhibition in Vancouver, Canada, that was at the whatever the Vancouver Art Museum is. There was a Van Gogh exhibition, and honestly, meh. You know, it was cool. Like, it was one of those things where I'm like, I'm glad I can say that I saw it, but I don't know if I really cared. It was like neat to have done, but I wouldn't seek out more works from Van Gogh. There are many painters that I want to go see works of in person. I wonder if there's anything actually at my local museum. What about the Calgary Glenbow Museum exhibits, which just recently went free for the public? I really wish to take the mods when they were here to some of the museums, but I don't think they'd be super interested in any of that. So, yo, Serpent TV, hello, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid, I appreciate it. Welcome, guys. What's up, Baz? What's up, Servant? Good to see you guys. What's going on? How was stream today? What's up, Benji? What'd y'all do today? How was stream? Last seen playing Dungeons and Dragons, actual D&D. I'm impressed. Damn, bro. Not like me just talking about D&D. So, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Did I hear Thresh voice line? No, that was not a Thresh voice line. That was the Watcher from Vault of the Wardens in World of Warcraft. So, I don't have League voice lines for any of my alerts, but similar in vibe. She was great. We did exactly what you did. Talked about D&D. Excellent. Good. All right. I like it. I approve. Guys, go drop a follow. Go say hi. Go show some love. Thank you for the raid again. I appreciate it. Welcome in, guys. We are doing world building for our the newest class that I'm making. I'm doing design and stuff for how they fit into the world. So we're trying to draw their fortress temple and figure out where they all come from, because they kind of train in one area. Thank you for the follows, Bazar and Serpent. I appreciate it. Welcome, guys. They sound very similar, do they? I honestly don't play Thresh, so it's been a while. Okay, hold on. I was just looking up museum exhibits. What is going to be in the museum? Do I need to go to the museum for any reason? There is there anything cool? Any painters? Any painters? Any painters? Any painters? Not really any painting exhibits. Okay. All right, no museuming for me this week, guys. I'm sorry. Watching the temple doubled as an observatory to divine stars. It kind of does. So I mean, we're there, I suppose. You know. Yeah, we're there. Making new region, made some fun races. I made a pufferfish, red panda, and an ant race. A red panda. Now here's the thing: red pandas are adorable, but also unfortunate creatures. I just feel bad for them. I feel like they just have it rough in general in life, you know. So yeah, they're doing their best though. Okay. Yeah, we already had one design, but it wasn't Byzantine, and it wasn't like, I don't know, spiky enough for me. So we're gonna be reevaluating it a little bit and trying to plan out what kind of stories we can tell for people who choose to play said class, who want to play an Astral Knight in Eldara. They'll do some walkways and bridges and stuff to help emphasize the idea of it being a, I don't know, a large structure. The more small doors and windows you put on, the larger and grander the architecture looks sometimes. I'll definitely be relying on that today. I have 9. Those are 3 of 9. Oh, I see. Okay. 2Q didn't get enough of the survival. Yeah. They're trying, though. They're doing their best. It's really impressed with the process of outlining and setting up the scene first. Oh, thank you. Dude, seriously, thank you. I appreciate that. We're not doing full-on paintings for these, so we're just going to try and form, like, a bunch of other little, you know... I don't usually do a lot of like, buildings or architecture in this form of sketching, but we're going to see how it works, okay? This is a bit of a new experiment for me, because I need a bunch of art for my game coming up here. Because one of my players or 2 of my players actually now, I suppose Fish is one of my players. 2 of my players are playing Astral Knights, and so I need to have their like Sacred Order Hall, you know, figured out so they know where they came from. It's a class that has a bit of restrictive element to it in that I'm calling it a hero class because it has a required background and you can't multi-class out of it when you choose Astral Knight. So you sort of have to fit into the culture to be an Astral Knight. They're very guarded about their secrets. So it's one of those like super niche things in the world, or super niche player experiences. I don't know how people are gonna be interested in it, but I'm not making it for like people to be like interested in. I'm making it for like a cool experience in the world, you know? I think it's good to have both of those. You have cool things that people are willing to play, and like you make it for people to engage with and for it to be like versatile and for as many people to enjoy as possible. But I think it's really cool to make like very like specific experiences for your D&D game or for your world or your homebrew, where it's like, yeah, man, if you really like this vibe, then here's a class that really, or a place or a background or whatever, that that really leans into that. So that's what we're gonna try and do today, anyway. Good at both, yeah, for sure. Lots of people won't like it, but I hell agree with it because I'm doing it for a modified Mystic class in my campaign. Really? Yeah, a lot of people are they have a lot of weird pushback on the idea. You know, like here's a restriction that the class has. So they all basically TLDR. The class is a space wizard, but that I have a space wizard class called the Astral Sage, which they use like cool star magic and stuff. And then I have the Astral Knights, who use the same kind of star magic, but instead of casting spells, they have everything, all their spells they cast through melee attacks. So they can channel basically spells through melee attacks. Like you can augment your sword to like explode in a cone. You can augment your sword when you attack with it to pass through armor and only hit flesh, so you can ignore the armor like of the worn armor of an AC or whatever. So there's lots of cool things you can do as the class. You choose your spells every day and you do cool stuff when you attack. So one of the important things about them is that they use their sword. And so part of them is they all have to use their Astral Steel longsword. And if you don't have your Astral Steel longsword, you cannot use your spells. Which some people are like, well, what if I want to use like an axe? And what if I want to be an Astral Knight that uses an axe? And it's weird because I have to tell them like, well, you wouldn't if you're an Astral Knight. It's like you join this order as a young, you know, whatever something, and you learn everything about the order and all of your culture, all of your heritage, all of the indoctrinated whatever you get, all your training is based around the weapon forms with the sword, because the sword is like the sacred thing that they create for knights when they get knighted, and they don't know how to do it. And some people are like, oh, I don't know, man, like I want to use a sword or an axe or whatever, or you know, a shield or whatever. And it's hard to tell them like, well, if you're an Astral Knight, you wouldn't. So I'm okay, like I have the Astral Sage class, which is very open. Anyone can be a sage, anyone can do whatever they want to being a sage. But the knight is a very niche experience, because I feel like in order to create really interesting, like build a lot of currency for it being cool, that comes with some restrictions. You just can't like have it completely open, or else it sort of falls apart. But that's frustrating to do it's like easy to do as a narrative thing, but difficult to do for a D&D thing. So I'm kind of writing this specific class for people who really want to lean into the narrative of the world, specific homebrewing stuff, as opposed to, yeah, your general, just like people who want to play D&D. Can you make a new sword if it gets stolen or destroyed? Think like Wizard Spellbook? No. Nope. So there's a couple qualities to the Astral Steel Blade, which is this is hot takes. People disagree with this shit. So your sword can only be made by a forge within this temple right here. It is a big fucking deal when you get your sword, right? Your sword is your life. Do not lose it. It is your connection to the astral aura. If you lose it, you're fucked. But there's a couple safeguards in place. One, it can't be destroyed, basically. It's basically, for all intents and purposes, indestructible. Two, you know where it is at all times. You can't summon it and recall it, because I don't like the way that removes the permanence of it. I don't like I imagine it, poof, I have Hexblade sword. I want it to be this physical object. It makes it feel more visceral to me. But you know where it is at all times. So if your sword gets stolen and you're like, okay, it's that way. I know it's that way, and I'm gonna go rip through every person that stands between me and my sword. Like, that's kind of a cultural thing in the Astral Knight. So you know where it is, and also within 60 feet, you can actually like Mjolnir it to you. So you can call it back to you and it'll fly through the air to you. So if you like get it knocked out of your hand or whatever, you could like as a reaction or something. But you do have part of the knight classes, you do have like a advantage to disarm checks and things like that. The knight class is it's super based around the sword, because you can only cast your spells and stuff with the sword. But while you're wielding the sword, you can actually parry spells, which is, I think, really cool. You can use reactions and certain resources to parry like a firebolt or whatever. So, you know, or like arrows or anything like that. And there's like a whole progression thing. But no, the whole thing is I want there to be permanence around the sword. The idea of and like, obviously, if people are playing this in their own game, you can make it as hard or easy to like get a new sword if you want. I don't care how people do this, but if you want to play the most canonical sort of experience that I'm writing for the world narratively, and you like that and you want to be part of it and whatnot, then yeah, you'd have to get your sword, a new sword made at the order hall. But because Astral Steel is like a sacred object to them, if a knight were to be like, let's say, slain, like 5 knights would go out and try and reclaim their sword. It's kind of like Mandalorians and Beskar. It's like part of their like traditions, part of their religion. That they like value this weapon, the steel, so greatly. So yeah, I don't know. It's one of those like controversial things that D&D players sometimes have a problem with. But I think it's like, you have to kind of find a balance sometimes once in a while between those like really specific niche experiences and then something that's like more gameplay focused or whatever. But I don't know. I don't know. What happens if someone else were to wield it? I don't think it's an issue because it's less about like you having like a spiritual connection to the blade. It's more about the blade is strong enough to like channel astral aura energies, which is like a very different type of magic than like leyline, arcane, whatever. So you could use an astral knight like skill or art or spell with a regular sword. The sword just has like an 80% chance to shatter. So if you're in a pinch and you need to like imbue your rune onto a new blade and use an attack with it, you probably could, but you're gonna blow your sword up, you know? Because I don't want to make astral knights useless without their weapons. It's just it's like very difficult. So, but yeah, some people are very against that in any form in their D&D, and I don't know. I think it's fun to have very specific niche things once in a while. It's not meant for everyone, and yeah, and if people want to play the class and they like it because they like the gameplay or whatever, but they don't like the mechanics behind the lore and whatever, and like making new weapons and blah, 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 then it's like, okay, whatever. You know, people are going to change it. They're going to change it. I'm not worried about it. But in my game, I have to sort of run it as if it is designed with this thing in mind, you know? So that's all good world building anyway. The coolest class I've heard, though, I appreciate that. Thank you. I have 2 players in my games currently playing it, and then I'm going to be releasing the class onto my Discord for anyone who wants to try it out and see what's up. We'll see if people like it or if they hate it. I don't know. I think it's a little bit overpowered right now, and I'll need to nerf it a little bit, but I'm willing to do that like in stages. I'm not going to... I will always err on the side of making something too powerful if it makes it cooler and better. Right? Like, I'm very okay with having to nerf it later because it, like, didn't quite fit in. But I want to give it the cool stuff I want to give it. You know, like, I don't know how the spell and range attack parrying is going to work out. It might be completely broken. I might have to nerf it down way hard. But for now, I'm okay with it. For now, I'm super okay with it. We'll progress. We'll see how people think. If they agree or not. Who knows? Bring a bundle of sticks and just rapid imbue each one with a spell. How loose is the sword idea? I think that it requires a steel, like a metal surface. But I don't know. That'd be interesting. Like, I don't know. The whole thing is that it's basically the material has to be strong enough to contain the magic in it. You know? So it's like kind of difficult. Like I wonder. I don't know. That'd be interesting. I haven't thought about other materials other than like I've only thought about like metal weapons. Can you use a metal weapon? It's like, yeah, you can. It's just gonna be difficult. But yeah, I wonder also if someone had like this is like a super strong like iron bark wood. Could I like use it for a couple spells or some shit, or you know? I don't know. I mean, that's an interesting idea I haven't thought about. I like that. There's probably some other like traditions and like materials that could be used for it. That'd be kind of cool. Somebody else wields it, they die? No. No, because I do think that there is an idea that I like about blades being passed down within the order. So like if you are you like, let's say you hit your point where you like, preferably I'd like people to be level 3 when they start the class, because it's like kind of more of a hero class. But if they start at level 1, it's fine. I kind of like the idea of once you sort of obtain your like knighthood in the order, like you do as a paladin when you take your oath or something like that. I like the idea of you being able to either choose like, oh, I'm going to have a blade made for me, or like I'm going to take this like legacy blade from this other fallen knight, or like maybe you're like one of your like gurus or masters or like instructors passes down one of their weapons to you or something like that. Like I want there to be kind of a lineage of weaponry through the order, because like one of my players literally found an astral steel weapon from another ancient knight. You know, that's her entire story arc of her characters, that she's using somebody else's, you know, weapon passed down through the ages. So no, I don't want there to be any kind of like spiritual connection to the weapon blaze. But maybe it's a good idea. I don't know. What do I want to do here? I feel like I want to make this. I don't want to use too many domes is the problem. I want to have more hard edges and more hard lines, but because the other one I feel like we just had domes and towers, and I want to have more like more boxy things and other like interesting shapes and whatnot. You know. How do you go about making class? Difficultly. I'm not great at making them formally. I've made lots of like homebrew classes for my players and such, and for myself. But when I'm making it for like now the greater like population of people who play D&D on the internet, I feel like it needs to be a whole lot more balanced and well thought out. And it's been a challenge to go through it from that perspective, you know? So yeah, I haven't really don't really have any good insights on it, I don't think just yet. I'm still kind of stumbling through it. The Sage class is also, the Sage class was supposed to come out before the Knight class, but I think it'll have to be after the Knight class, because the Knight class at the very least, I have 2 players playing it, and I think I'm better at making martial classes that are like, or half casters than full casters. Full casters are kind of complicated because there's other things you need to do to make them like balanced and complete within the sort of the sphere of what it means to be a like no armor wearing whatever kind of caster, and that's tough. That's a challenge for me. I don't know if I'm really up to it, but I'm gonna try my best. We'll see if it works out. Sorry, I'll be here to help you with the classes. I appreciate that. Someone took the Astral Blade, let's say a Fallen Knight of the Order, and melted it into a greatsword in the Astral Forge. Would that work? Yeah, I mean, the Forge is just a sort of way of imbuing the aspects of the Astral Aura onto high-quality steel. But it's a very secret, guarded technique. So, like, there's only a few people, even within the Astral Knight Order, that know how to make Astral Steel, and they're very protective of the secret. It's very secret and important to them. They don't make a lot of it because they don't want a lot of it to sort of like end up in like enemy hands or anything. They don't want any of it to ever end up in enemy hands, for various cultural, religious, whatever reasons. So in theory, you could make an Astral Steel item of a different variety. It's one of those things that they wouldn't do culturally, you know? It's one of those things that's like, we have made the longsword, we have trained on the longsword, we have used the longsword for 2,000 years. If we don't make a longsword in the... Una doesn't like the idea, so I guess she had a problem with it. But it's very much embedded in the culture. They're like, this is how we do this. This is how we've always done this. This is our culture. This is our fighting style. These are our forms. These are our, techniques, and this is what we do. And I think that when you do something like that, you create more identity for something, right? If you have a cool group of knights that all use like the hammer or the maul or whatever, or the spear or something, and they've done this forever, and that's what they do, it creates a really cool visual and a really cool image, and it's a really cool narrative thing that creates a lot of currency of like, oh, that has a lot of identity in it, The problem is that a lot of times people want to take their sort of their own, like, they want to be the different one. They want to be the I don't know, the elf that uses a crossbow from Lord of the Rings. They want to be the Jedi that uses a shield from Star Wars. They want to be the different special exception. And I'm totally fine with that. Players are going to tell stories of being the exceptions. One of my players is literally playing with like it's so contradictory that I'm doing the sketch of Runa for Fishy, and she's using a spear, and it's like, we spent 3 hours explaining how she left the order to go find an ancient knight from before they formed the order that had steel from before the forges were like hidden and guarded and whatnot, that then uses like to rationalize how she has a spear in game. Took us hours on stream yesterday to try and figure out a compelling story for. But like our basic Astral Knight, like Ella's character, is your basic Astral Knight. She uses an Astral Steel blade, and it's like, that's what they do, man. They always use this sword. Every knight that I write for my point of view in the world is always going to fit within the rule. And I know my players are going to be exceptions, and I'm fine with that. But I'm going to make it kind of a little bit like, you have to sort of earn it to be an exception, in my opinion. So it's going to be tough, right? They all have the same sort of armor. They all wear the same sort of kind of style of clothing. They have the same sort of characteristics and features, and that's just what Astral Knights do. And so when we have a character that's so vastly different, we have to figure out how she earns that, So I don't know. building identity in a narrative concept is easy. Building it for a bunch of RPG gamers, I think, is fairly hard. Or maybe I should just ignore them when they complain. There's that too. So I don't know. I want to make a class just coming with an idea. Come up with an idea is difficult. Yeah, I mean, look, I have a bit of a controversial opinion on that as well. One thing that I've noticed when I started pursuing like a lot of like videos and information on the internet about how to make go about making a class, a lot of people have this idea they're like, you have to figure out like, why are you making a class, not a subclass? That's the first question you have to answer. Why are you making this cool fighter, not a subclass of fighter? And to me, I don't know. I disagree with that. I think that having it have its own identity outside of a class, if you have a class idea, it doesn't have to be so vastly different and unique and whatever and like the newest thing no D&D game has ever seen before to make it a full-fledged class, Benji. I think you can just make, like, if you have a decent idea or a different kind of vibe for it and you're like, yeah, I don't want to make a subclass, fuck it. Then you just go for it. You just make your whole class and you make it a whole thing, you know, and you just send it. So I think you can probably come up with a pretty great idea, especially if you have some homebrew systems. Like the Astral Knight and the Astral Sage are fitting within a homebrew narrative mechanic. This is a class that interacts with that homebrew, narrative mechanic for my specific world in a very specific way. So if you have anything like that in your world, like a cool way magic works, or maybe a type of technology or whatever, I think that's a great way to build a class. So what do I know though? I'm not an expert at this, okay? I come at my D&D games from a world building and art perspective, not from a mechanic perspective. Mechanics for me in my D&D games serves the narrative, not the other way around for me. So the Astral Knights that are the equivalent to Paladins, Death Knights, like a Fallen Knight type thing, probably. So part of the Order's identity is that they're so good at protecting their secrets, Nick. They're so good at protecting their order, protecting their values, protecting their members, protecting their equipment, their traditions, their whatever. But the idea of a Fallen Knight, if you got a Fallen Knight that were to sort of like take their sword or take their blade and their abilities and go do evil, the Knights would probably make it priority one to, you know, to rain destruction upon them until there's nothing left, right? No influence or magic or anything like that. Like, they're pretty intense. So the idea of introducing Fallen Knights also includes this sort of like idea of fallibility to their order that I don't know if I really need narratively. But I like the idea. Like, if I were to tell a story about a Fallen Knight or Fallen Knights, it would be that's a big story. So it's like, yes, I do have an idea for that. It's such a big, important concept that it would have to be its own very like unique contained state. It'd be a big like plot arc in the world for that to happen. But yeah, I've done this in my homebrew cultures with Kopeshes. Kopeshes are synonymous with culture. They're just the same as an astral sword. Yeah, I think that's just fine. Like some people complain about like, oh, why wouldn't they why wouldn't you use this or that or whatever? It's like, no, if you're from here, you use a Kopesh. That's just like what you do. You're from this culture, you just use a Kopesh. It's like, what? No, I think that's a great way of building identity. And again, if some player wants to be from there but not use a Kopesh, then that's like kind of weird. You know, it's like, okay, cool, tell me a story of why you do that way. But it's like, as the world creator, you have to create the rule, not the exceptions. So I think that's a great, you know, thing to do, is associate, especially with like larger cultures, not just like orders, but like everyone from this island peninsula knows how to use the addle or whatever. It's like, that's kind of cool, you know. The role only has runes and is very little to none on the mainland, so maybe the class is good. Not around magic could be interesting. That'd be interesting, yeah. What trick I used when I couldn't find the subclass I wanted to design, or was to design a feat that I didn't want, or they did what I want anyway. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Honestly, that's true. I haven't really gotten into 5e feat development all that much, but 5e feat development is really intense. You know, I don't have a lot of custom Eldarin feats, but I do want to get into that eventually, Atari. It's like another thing on the list of things I want to get to for the world. Driving just stopped for the 60-foot recall skill feat thing. Is that the only in line of sight? Could someone try recalling through a wall? Would it stick to the wall, or does it have the force punch through said wall? So the rules around it, I'm going to sort of make loose, Cobalt, is that you don't need to see it, and it will take an arc, if it has to, around an object to reach you within reason. And if you try and recall it through a wall, then this blade will, or a person, the blade will make an attack on that thing. And if it does enough damage to like cleave through it, then it comes to you. So if it's a soft wall or like, I don't know, a soft person, sure, you could cleave through it or whatever. It would do damage to that and come through it. But no, it's not like you could have it through like a building and you just hold your hand out and the sword comes bursting through like 8 layers of, you know, bricks and stone and whatnot else, and with explosive force. No, it'd be like within reason. Like you'd like call it through the wall, it would slap up against the bricks and just like sit there, and you're like, oh shit, well, and that's a mechanical thing, because the mechanics of that's a gameplay mechanics thing, because that would be too powerful, I think, otherwise, to have it just like automatically smash through everything. So like if there's a boulder between you and it'll fly around the boulder within reason. It's not gonna like go out the door, down the hallway, down the staircase, around the back of the tavern, through the front door, wait for someone to get there, open the door, it opens itself, you know, undoes the doorknob, comes around the back of the tavern, down the well, into the whatever, into your hand. It's like, okay, chill, you know. But I want to make it like reasonable, but not overpowered, you know. So I made subclasses, so I understand there are classes just adding more stuff. Yeah, usually, typically, or like a different way of handling a class mechanic. Like think about the difference between a warlock and a warlock hexblade. There's a difference in how they handle the spellcasting mechanics. It's very similar to sort of what the knight does, with you know, many exceptions, but similar in vibe is the idea of taking a spellcaster and putting a sword in their hand instead. The knight uses all of their spellcasting via their sword. The hexblade can still do other shit. Hexblades are still like competent, you know, otherwise, whereas a astral knight can't cast spells really at all without their blade. They can't even cast astral stage spells. Well, some of them might be able to, because like if you were to build a canonical astral knight, like a canonical astral knight would look something like level 1 to 3 would be an astral sage, because the order selects their knights from one of the major sage orders typically, which makes Ruin an exception. If you guys were here for the lore yesterday, but how she was selected from a circle instead of an order, that's unique. And then you would start your astral knight at level 4, right? Then 4 onward would be astral knight. Now, I'm never going to enforce this, obviously, because starting a character at level 4 and starting your astral knight at a lower level, none of that's fun, whatever. So I kind of have to like skirt around the issue that like every astral knight would have some sage training, but I can't give them those abilities from that class because that's just kind of overpowered. You know, if you had 3 levels of sage casting and then, you know, now you're level 1 and you have 1 level of astral knight, there's too much hero in that hero class, in my opinion. So we gotta like pull that back a little bit. You know, we gotta manage it a little bit more for the average player. I don't like this bridge. We're gonna fix this. That's better. I want to do more like arches and like dramatic sort of like, I don't know, patterns and textures in it or whatever. Would technically be a subclass. An astral knight? No, it has enough. So it's culturally a subclass, but mechanically it's so vastly different that rather than saying like, oh, you replace your spell casting with this and you replace your whatever with this and you lose this feature and gain this. Like, I could have made the knight a subclass of sage, but it's like, it's just kind of clunky, you know? Like, so, which is a problem too, because like the sage and the knight are both individual full classes, but they don't have subclasses, right? Partly because I don't know, like a knight, so a sage could subclass, and I might introduce sage subclasses in the future, but a knight cannot subclass, really. Because a knight is so narrow in its definition and what you can do as a knight that again, it's one of those things that's supposed to be super niche and have a lot of identity behind it. But with identity comes restriction, usually, in some form or another. You know, sometimes it doesn't have to be very restricted, but it still comes with a little bit of restriction, which is a dilemma. Soja. I think I saw you drawing firearms earlier this week. Oh, I drew one last Friday for the request sketches I did. I did items last Friday. Oh, I was gonna do characters this Friday, wasn't I? Yes. I gotta do that today. Thank you for the unintentional reminder. I gotta make a post in Discord. Actually, I'll just do that right now. Fuck it. I don't want to forgore, and I will forgore. Where is stream topics? Hold it. Okay, hold on. I can make this post on stream topics, but for requests tomorrow. What is this shit? Okay, all right. Wait, does Lego D&D thing actually exist? It's actually a thing? Hold on, I want to look that after real quick. The fish from constantly reference. Okay, all right. Fucking Viddy thinks he's funny. So tomorrow we need to do some portraits. If anyone has an idea, I said I would do. How do I remember this? I said I would take some requests from Discord as well. So if anyone has an NPC/PC idea, drop a very brief description. That's not useful. Brief, is it? There you go. Very prescription and below, and I'll roll some dice tonight or later tonight. Okay. Okay, those are up. All right. Thank you for the reminder. What is this shit? Lego's 3,745 piece D&D set comes with its own playable adventure. So this is real then. What the fuck? Wait, this is sick. Grab your dice and get ready to literally assemble your adventuring party next month. LEGO has finally unveiled a 3,745 piece Dungeons & Dragons set. It co-developed with Wizards of the Coast. The tabletop game celebrates its 50th anniversary. The 360 US standard currency dollar set, called The Red Dragon's Tale, was inspired by Lucas Bolt's fan design, Dragon's Keep Journey's End, and retains many of the same features. There's a tower, a bridge, a tavern, with a removable roof, and yes, both dungeon and a dragon. Ooh, this is cool, dude. You get an owlbear and a beholder. Maybe you get an Elminster too. I don't know. You got a flaming arrow. You got a skeleton. LEGO also includes 6 minifig adventures for the big red lad, Cinderhowl, to terrorize an orc rogue, elf wizard, dwarf cleric, gnome fighter, dragonborn bard, and a human with an anime protagonist haircut. Got it. That's cool. That's neat. I like that. I spy with many, many eyes a beholder in the lineup that I can use in my next campaign. Yeah, true. So you get a owlbear, you get an innkeeper, I'm guessing, you get a mimic, you get 2 of these little fucks, you get a blink beast, tiger, warp liger, I forget what they're called, and a gelatinous cube. This set also comes with other iconic deity monsters, some like the skeleton mob and 2 myconids. Oh yeah, those are myconids. Okay. Look like minifigs. Others like owlbear, like the owlbear, displacer beast. Okay. Beholder and gelatinous cube are brick built, with the latter letting you encase a least part of a victim inside a not so gooey prison. This is cool, dude. What I like best of these figurines conserves additional purpose. LEGO is also releasing an adventure book that you can play along with using the set. The book will be available to Lego Insiders from April 1st as a physical paperback, or as a free digital download. Will also be available on D&D Beyond alongside character sheets and digital dice. That's cute, man. And hey, if you don't care for the book, you can always use the set and minifigs for your own homebrew campaign. True. That's pretty big, though. I don't know how small these dice are. It's certainly not Blackwood dice quality. Dungeons & Dragons Red Dragon's Tale will be available on April 1st for Lego Insiders, and for everyone else on April 4th. If you order between April 1st and 7th, you also receive a Lego Mimic Dice Box to store all your shiny math rocks in. Oh, that's fucking cool. Dude. But Lego's not expensive. It's a regular price, not overpriced because of the extra brand like Star Wars or Harry Potter stuff. Yeah, it's still expensive, I think, for me anyway. That's because I imagine in Canadian, that's like a $500 set. I would love to own this. I would own this and put it on my shelf, and I wouldn't build it. I want two, one to build, one to not build. But I would want to buy this. I want to put it on my shelf, and I want to look at it, and I want it to be a cool like 50th anniversary thing. This is very cool, man. This is like also, there's a strong history within Lego of people using Lego for their D&D games. This is beautiful. That's really cool. They based it off of a fan like made Lego set as well. That's very, very clever, very cool of them to do. Wow, man. That's beautiful. Cool. Cool. I'm glad they did it. Half of a Serbian wage in one Lego set? Damn, bro. That's half. What do you mean, half the Serbian? That's half of a Canadian wage in one Lego set now. Jesus. Lego went downhill after discontinuing the Knights and Medieval sets, all original adventure sets. You know what? I disagree, Cobalt. I disagree. Lego Blacksmith. Look at this shit. Look at the extra quality that they have in premium sets now with the this is such a cool set, dude. The Fantasy Blacksmith, whatever it is, no, yeah, it's Blacksmith. This is so cool, bro. You own this and then the other Lego set together. This, wait, is there two? Oh, Hocus Pocus pairs perfectly well with Medieval Blacksmith. Oh, okay, I see. It's a different thing. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's still some cool stuff. Definitely the Knights were cool. This is, wait, is this actually a set? That's dope, man. I love Lego so much, but I refuse to build it because I think it looks like shit when it's displayed. I'm not a Lego display enjoyer. I am a Lego building enjoyer, and then I put it in a bag and never think about it in my closet ever again. Y'all fell off that hard? Yep. It's Canada. No, it's I don't know. 500 USD is probably like a quarter, I think, of the average Canadian wage for like minimum wage enjoyers, but not for the average Canadian wage or whatever. So maybe I got a touch, but I got a whole ass Hogwarts castle back in the day for that price. Well, to be fair, Ella and I went out for Community Day, for Pokemon Community Day this last weekend. Okay, it was on Saturday. We got shiny Littens, and we went out for Community Day, and we said we're gonna go out and we're gonna get Slurpees and ice cream when we were out. Okay, Slurpees and ice cream. We're gonna do both. Fuck it. We're gonna have the gym a lot. We deserve it. Slurpees cost us $7 for 2 medium Slurpees. Canadian. $5 US. I don't know. $7 for 2 medium Slurpees. I haven't bought a Slurpee in a long time, but I thought, this is suspect. This seems like a lot for Slurpees. I remember Slurpees being like $1 or $2. This is some shit. And then we went for ice cream. We did. We went for ice cream. We went to Marble Slab, which is a popular ice cream destination for many ice cream enjoyers, and it was $20 for us each to get an ice cream cup or cone. And I thought to myself, was that worth $27 to get ice creams and Slurpees? I mean, yeah, it was probably worth it because like it was a day out and whatever. But like, man, am I doing the math wrong? Am I just forgetting that like, has it always been? I think in the last year or two it's spiked, hasn't it? There's probably like an index of this. like price history of Slurpees. Marble Slab has been expensive for. No, you're right about that. So Nick's absolutely. I did play myself by going to Marble Slab. Entirely. You are correct, and that is fair. I can't really bitch about ice cream being expensive by going to some place like Marble Slab. When I have an ice cream maker at home, I could probably make better ice cream, or not better, but like adequately or good ice cream for like what, $8 in ingredients. Actually, probably not with you know. Okay, is there a price history of Slurpees? Is it like an index? I don't know. I can't find it. I'm sure there was, like... I'm sure someone can track this on some chart on somewhere on the internet, but I just can't see it easily. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that the inflation in Canada specifically has just gone through the fucking roof on stuff. Like... How much was a... what was it? Okay. I think Elle and I had a couple months ago, we went to A&W. A&W in Canada is good, by the way. It's actually a funny thing for Americans to come to A&W, because A&W in Canada is actually really high end. It's like all good beef and shit. But A&W in the US, I had no idea, is like considered like bottom of the barrel, like Wendy's tier, like fast food. So we went to A&W a couple weeks ago, or months ago, or whatever, sometime earlier in the winter. And I'm trying to remember, I think it was $32. No. It was $33 for us both to get a meal. And I was like... When Elle and I started dating, so granted 16 years ago, $30 is like... We could go for like a sit-down meal for that. You know? I don't know. That's weird. Wait, is it bottom? Oh, what's the like super? Wait, is McDonald's super bottom of the barrel there, like for fast food? I don't remember what the because I know like Wendy's, A&W, McDonald's, all this shit is like different in Canada and the US. I don't remember what it was in America or whatever. What are we just making stuff for a region? Like I made a concept map now, races, what we suggest afterwards, like an order list. I would make as much or as little as you want, starting from a smaller area and going out. So I'd start with like a city or an area of cities or whatever, make as much as you want to flesh it out, and then expand out from there. And it's okay to have like a very narrow, sharp vision of a couple things, and then be very fuzzy as you go out, I think, Benji. Like my world map right now looks like this. My world map, I've made a couple of maps for, right? I've made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because this is a finished map. I just haven't loaded on here yet. But I have 6 maps, and then I'm making a 7th map, and I'm okay having general ideas of what's around, like in the outskirts, but I like having a sharpened view of like, and even in here, I have a very sharp view of the very first place I built in Eldara, which was right here, and then a pretty sharp view of this city as well, and then most of the stuff up here is more just like names and places. So I think it's okay for everything to be fuzzy. Like keep it as fuzzy as you need it to be for your own world building. Remember water balls always being crazy prices for amusement parks? Yeah, they've always been insane though. So inflation's dreadful, bad. They gave Mill an 8% increase for inflation. And it wasn't enough for inflation. Oh, it's so high, isn't it? Everyone gets a 12% increase in wages and we're all taking pay cuts. Oh god, that's so nasty. Fuck. Trailer for Alien 7 has been out for 2 hours, already racked up 500,000 views. And there's another Alien movie coming out? Damn, Babuki, I don't know. I know they were doing that shit. McDonald's is cheapest? Okay. Yeah, does McDonald's still have a dollar menu in the US? Because McDonald's in Canada is expensive. Let me see how much is a Big Mac combo in Canada. It is $14 Canadian. So 14 Canadian is 10.34 USD. How much is a Big Mac combo in USA? Wait, what? $8? Is that right? Is it $8 for a Big Mac combo in the US at McDonald's? That's not very dollar menu-y, bro. $8? Okay. It's almost $11 US in Canada. Not a large, yeah, that's just a regular. Fuck large fries and all that shit. Yeah, it's $14 Canadian for a Big Mac combo in Canada, which is about $11. It's 10 something or whatever. So this is upsetting. This is why I eat ground beef every day. One, because I'm going to the gym and getting fucking jacked, bro. The other, because I'm losing weight and getting fucking jacked, bro. And the other reason is because I buy ground beef at Costco for $1 a meal. It is $1 for 200 grams of ground beef. Bro, wasn't fast food supposed to be like accessible, easy, inexpensive, whatever food for the longest time? You know? Free Slurpee Day? That's true. I forgot what Free Slurpee Day. I forgot that was a thing. Taco Bell's coming out with a $3 menu for like cheese rolls and stuff. Okay. Decent. Yeah. The dollar menu doesn't exist anymore. It's the value menu now, and there's no value. You can't buy anything for $1. McDonald's is really not cheap anymore, even with the deals on the app. Taco Bell, Burger King is way more affordable. Really? Is White Castle still affordable? Because I always wanted to go to White Castle. When I was young, I watched Harold and Kumar go to White Castle. Okay? I always wanted to go to White Castle. No White Castles in Canada. When I was in my mid-20s, I went to a Magic the Gathering trading card game Grand Prix tournament for Modern Masters in Las Vegas. All right? With a bunch of people from my game store. I went to work, so I didn't go. It was one of the only trips I've ever been on. Actually, I think it's the only trip I've ever been on without Ella. So she went to Japan for a couple weeks with her mom while I was in Las Vegas with the boys at the Magic the Gathering tournament, and I was working and doing stuff, whatever. There's a White Castle in one of the shittiest hotels on the Vegas Strip. And I was like, I looked at my bro Andrew, and I'm like, Andrew, we're going to White Castle today. And he was like, okay, this is a pilgrimage we've been waiting to make since we saw that movie as young teens or whatever, whenever it came out. We went to White Castle. We bought like 30 sliders for like $15 or some shit. American. Now, to be fair, I spent the rest of that trip morbidly food poisoned. I had the worst time. So there is that. But man, God bless White Castle for being, you know, it's now expensive slow makes you look like a baked bean. True. Jeez. God, that's so true. Fuck, man. Alien Romulus and Fade Alvarez. Don't breathe. Looks suitably creepy. Okay. I don't know if I can. Dude, I'm not. I'm a little bitch when it comes to scary movies. I don't know if I can do a modern alien movie. They've died out. No, come on, man. They haven't been considered food in a long time. That's just me. Ah, come on, bro. Nah, White Castle it's a staple, isn't it? Oh man, that's so disappointing. Shit. It's like Tim Hortons in Canada. Quality went down after Burger King bought them. Like, Tim Hortons is so Canadian, it's not even Canadian owned anymore. Right? Like, what the fuck? It's just disappointing, bro. Oh well. Okay, what do I need? I need more. Man, I feel like I should look at this from a more dramatic angle. Let's try and do a little bit of square fortressy type thing in here. We'll do some ramparts. Ramparts always look good. Oh, Burger King bought Timmy's. When did that happen? I don't know if it's Burger King. Who owns Tim Hortons? Wendy's. Sorry, Wendy's bought Tim Hortons. Yeah, that's the parent brand. It is Wendy's. That makes sense actually, because there are Tim Hortons and Wendy's combo restaurants, and I once went to one, and I found ants in my soda. That was, that was weird. So I don't go to Tim Hortons, Wendy's combos anymore. That's just not, like I ain't about that. So that's now an avoid, right? Like when McDonald's is safer and higher end and nicer and cleaner than like your Tim Hortons, you've got a problem, right? So I drink guys all hecky, something like that. I don't know when they bought them, but they sold them in the last couple of years anyway. It's like Whataburger in Texas sold it to some corporation in Ohio. I think someone tried to buy it back though. Whataburger is owned by a non-Texan. Isn't it all Texas has to be proud of for fast food? That and Buc-ee's? Like, what else is Texas fast food if not Whataburger, right? Damn. Yeah. Thanks, video. I had to look it up. An RBI brand, Restaurant Brands International. Is it? What a disappointment, man. When did that happen? When did RBI buy Tim? That's the first by Tim Hortons in 2014. So Tim Hortons has been owned for 10 years. It hasn't been Canadian. Are there even Tim Hortons in America? Like, do y'all even have them? Why did an American company buy a Canadian coffee shop that no one in America would even care about? Because like Tim Hortons is okay, but I think that Timmy's is probably exceedingly mid. Now it's Canadian mid, and so it's different than American mid. It's special. If you're American, you should go to Tim Hortons if you're in Canada, just so you can know what our mid looks like. But I don't think Tim Hortons is probably anywhere above Dunkin' Donuts. I've never been to a Dunkin', but I just assume that it's all mediocre, right? Damn, that's disappointing, bro. Is there any real fast food left? Where do I go if I want to be an irresponsible adult and eat fast food whilst playing D&D one day? Wait. I forgot. There's still A&W. A&W is the last bastion here of Canadian fast food. Besides A&W, it's a barren wasteland. There's nothing else. Nothing left. Holy shit. We have to protect A&W at all costs. They started introducing the vegan burgers, and that wasn't a good move. We have to keep them safe. Maybe I should just swear off fast food forever. Live my true healthy potential. To be fair, I can make a better burger now, so that's disappointing. Love Tim Hortons? Yeah, Ella fucking loves Tim Hortons, dude. She loves that shit. So I really like the name Timbits more than donut holes. I think the name Timbit is superior to donut hole. Yeah, I don't like donut hole, and not because I'm like biased from my Canadian upbringing. I just, yeah, donut hole, I don't know. I think they need a dumber little like name than donut hole. They're in Michigan? Oh shit, really? Nicer than Waffle House, but it's Waffle. Isn't Waffle House where I go if I want to see a bum fight or whatever? That's what I've heard. I've never been to a Waffle House, so. Wendy's brand no longer owned by RBI. Now it's Inspire Group, who owns Buffalo Wild Wings, Dunkin', Jimmy John's, and Arby's. That's rough, bro. There's so much American culture I need to absorb in my life. I need to go see Whataburger. I need to go to Shake Shack, and I need to go to In-N-Out in California. I've been to an In-N-Out in Las Vegas, but that's not real In-N-Out, right? Maybe it's good. I don't know. I guess I gotta ask the good people of of California been to Las Vegas, whether or not In-N-Out in Vegas is gonna. No, I gotta try In-N-Out. I gotta try Shake Shack. I'm a burger enjoyer, all right. So this is important to me. This is serious, substantial, oh my god, stuff to consider. I have to make sure that my burger associations are properly ranked here. Because I've heard good and bad things about all of them. I've heard Whataburger is dog shit. I also heard it's the best. You know, I've heard In-N-Out is the most overrated brand in America. I've also heard Get Wrecked Nerd. People are opinionated on these things. All right, I don't know. I gotta take a serious trip down there. I still kind of refuse to let anyone talk shit about Buc-ee's because I just have to believe Buc-ee's is everything it's like promised to be, you know? I've never been to Texas, but I think I would love it. Yep. I live in Alberta, bro. We're like Canadian, Colorado, and Texas combined. Big fucking cowboy hats, big fucking pickup trucks, and mountains as far as the eye can see. And cows. The closer you get to Corpus, the better. The Whataburger? Really? Is that actually a thing? Whataburger similar to Wendy's? You have hit or miss locations? Oh, is it franchise? Okay. Because, yeah, Wendy's is like that. Where, like, some Wendy's, you go and it's like... Bro. Thank God healthcare in Canada is free, because otherwise I wouldn't be at this Wendy's. You know? And some Wendy's is decent. I just imagine there's probably like a bunch of European like Dragon's Claim members just like watching, just like lurking in the background, just like shaking their heads, drinking their tiny pretentious coffees. These Americans and their fast food. I don't know what this shit is, but like get this garbage out of here. You know, I don't want nothing to do with it. We're probably not making a good case for ourselves. I think fast food's a bit of a foreign concept in a lot of places in Europe because they have real food, so you know. What are you gonna do, man? What are you gonna do? We're doing our best out here. That's all we got. Sometimes good at it, or we're good at it sometimes. Yeah, true. Which also says Wendy's. Wendy's J-Lo worked at. Oh, really? Damn, that's historical then. Probably have to cut off this edge of the temple. Shit. I don't want to move it closer. I don't want to cut off this side of things. Alright. I gotta get more water. I'll be right back. I gotta take my quick 2-minute break and go refill my water. Throat's awfully dry, man. It's dry in the Canadian ice desert right now. Okay, here we go. I'm back. I returned. I have new water. I need to add my morning snack to my meal tracker. Give me a moment. Egg. Egg, comma, 1. Wait, what? Why say baked egg is so much more calories? People put shit in baked eggs. Hard-boiled egg, comma, 1. There we go. Next. Save. Sick. Alright. Chair was the thing, right? There's 2 chairs watching us now. Is there? Were there always chairs? All right, I want to work on a couple things today. So I want to work on the temple for a while, and I want to switch at a certain point in time to Runa, which I need to finish, because if I don't finish this art of Runa, if I don't do a good job on this, Fishy said that she would refuse to play D&D with me, that she was out, she was done, she was gone. So if I screw this up, I need to find a new D&D player. So, yeah, we got to get in there. We got to get after it. Where are we draw? Oh, okay. All right. Accessory time. We need to accessorize Fishy's character here. So, I feel like she needs more jewelry, honestly. I feel like Astral Knights would have decent amounts of jewelry, but who knows, man. I'm not the one that made the class. Oh, wait. Wait, shit. Shit, this is literally my problem. Wonder how this is going to go, never playing D&D with somebody, and then playing on stream for the first time. I wonder how good, bad, or scuffed it's going to be. Wait, is Revolution a command now? Oh, right, I forgot Thorkin did that. I think Chair Kun was a command, Blaze, if I'm not mistaken. I believe Chair Kun was a command. But I could be a combination of wrong and dumb. Now, I've been wrong before, and I've been dumb before. And occasionally, once in a while, I'm known to be a deadly combination of both wrong and dumb. So it could have been one of those. You never know. I'm going to have so many projects to work on over the next couple weeks on stream. It's going to be actually sick. Never going to have to prepare something for stream, because I'm always going to have, like, a commission I'm working on, or a thing for the adventure, or whatever. I'm pretty excited about it. I think I need to do some evening streams, though, to balance out all the work I have to do. So I might make the dramatic return to streaming the evenings here and there. Again. And not on TDC. I'll probably do it on this channel. And evening streams are just a vibe, you know? They're just a slightly different vibe that I like. It's not better, it's just different. The mantra of all my D&D players. Not better, only different. God, this design's so shameless. I hope people understand that Fishy, like, came up with the basics of it. That it's not my fault. You can hope, I suppose. I wish I had time to do, like, art of every single player of mine, you know? Probably won't get to a couple of my players in my current game. I think I'll try and do dash dos, just depending. Maybe on a couple things. If I have time for that. I think I need to fix something here. We're gonna see if we can cheaty pants it. We're gonna attempt a cheaty pants. No. Too much hatching in there. I have to actually move it. Fuck. Okay. No problem. No problem. It's fine. I need not abort mission. That's better. That's better. We just cut a chunk out of her stomach. It's fine. No biggie. It's very casual. Maybe I should do also some like adventure planning on stream, because Fishy's usually asleep at this point in time, so I think I could probably safely do some planning on stream without risking spoiling anything for her, which is the main goal, really. Maybe some quest design. I could do like a token or two on stream. It'd be fun if like the game did well enough that I could spend time on stream doing like proper assets for it, tokens, whatever else, that kind of stuff. That'd be a fun project this week. But remember, no pressure. Has to be low pressure for me or I won't fucking do it. I'm so irresponsible, man. Who says that? I'm only gonna play D&D if it's low pressure. Like, come on, bro. Grow up. I swear the first time Fishy refers to herself in game as just a little guy, I'm gonna make her take fucking 1d5 psychic damage. I gotta get real encounters for her. Real risks. Real, stakes. She's not gonna be okay with me killing her character off, but damn it! I'll have to do the next best thing. Kill off a companion she's close to. There we go. Make an NPC for her, a minion, for her gremlinoid. It's so weird that I'm like anxious about this whole game. You know, I play freeform and just wing it for my D&D game almost every single week. And yet part of me is like nervous to do that and with people watching. It's like doesn't ever work out poorly. My players are always happy. They never like disappointed or anything. Just like another level of pressure from it. And it's because I waited so long to play D&D on stream. I also have to get it over with, how everyone realized I'm terrible at D&D, and then no, it's gonna be fine. Finally earn some respect from all the D&D gremlins on Reddit. To think that you're not a real D&D streamer unless you play D&D on stream, right? Or maybe I shouldn't care about them. I don't know. That could be a healthy way of looking at it, I suppose. Okay. The question is, am I going to color this or am I just going to leave it as a sketch? Because that's going to determine a lot of what I do through certain like fill layers and shit like that. Whether or not I sketch this out all the way or if we're just going to more or less leave it, you know? Now, part of me feels like as an artist, you should just do the difficult thing every single time. If time is like a thing that you're worried about, then you just struggle and struggle and struggle, and eventually you'll get faster. Eventually, it's not like, oh, coloring the piece in or painting it out, it's going to take me like 3 hours. It's like, oh, it's going to take me, you know, an hour. And you just plan for that every time, you know? Man, I don't know if that's reasonable. Then again, there's one thing I've learned about myself and of being an artist and everything, is that every time I've ever let fear motivate me to do or not do something, it's been a bad decision. I like can't trust my gut, if that makes sense. I think it's like a lot of people are like that. It's just I'm very aware of it, you know? Especially when it comes to like streaming and stuff, anytime fear motivates what you're doing, you're not gonna have a good time. But still, it doesn't make it easier, you know? Do I have time for it though? Is the question. You know what? Why don't I compromise? I'm gonna do a quick fill layer on it, and if that is an issue later, like I might risk wasting a little bit of time doing that if I'm gonna paint it out anyway. But what I don't do is I don't over render anything. I give myself room for when I want to do it later. I think that is the healthiest compromise I can come to with myself right now, which would be important. Like I won't go super dark on any of my shading or hatching or anything. I won't go super heavy on it, and I'll use a fill layer instead. That's what we're gonna do. What's up, Meegs? 5 psychic damage for every little guy. Then I anticipate at least 20 psychic damage. True. There's gonna be some deity watching her or something, some entity. I wonder if I should allow acts of God. You know? It's like for 1,000 bits, she just like takes a boulder damage or something. I don't. Do you guys like those kind of like interactive sort of streams? I think it's best not, but I'm willing for it to be a bit of a meme. The problem is the meme has to be funny and it can't be overdone. I should have like some super high level divine intervention thing, I guess. That's what I'll do. That's how I'll balance it out. All right. For like infinite channel points or something, so everyone who's been saving them can then save Fishy. You know what March Madness is? I don't know how popular it is up there. I know March Madness is a basketball thing. I believe it's a college basketball thing. I'm aware that people gamble on it a lot, and it's important culturally to my American brothers and sisters down south. But I don't know well enough to be able to tell you anything more than that, Steve. But if you're excited about it, I'm fucking stoked right there with you. So I know people get real excited about that shit every year. But no, I unfortunately don't know much about it. I could be completely wrong. Don't you make podcast bracket challenges free just for fun? I mean, what do I gotta do? Like, if you give me a link, I'll make a meme prediction or whatever, even though I have no idea what the teams are. I can't name you more than one single basketball player. Wait, how many could I do? Like 4, 5? I don't know, dude. I'm embarrassed. I'm not a big basketball watcher. But I could meme a couple of picks into existence. Yeah, I could do it. If you shoot me a link, I'll try and find time for that shit. Hell yeah. Drop it in stream topics in Discord. And maybe I'm like prophesized or some shit. The fate of the teams will be foretold by Evan Blair Art. Who knows? The giant microtransaction summons a Tarask. Oh no, I can't do a Tarask. So just the Tarask is owned by Wizards of the Coast. Copyright WotC Games, Gary Gygax, D&D. Copyright 1999. Imagination Dragon role-playing tabletop RPG game. And I can't have anything that thing owns in my D&D game. So I had to create an equally terrifying monster, and then it's summoned. Oh my god, what if somebody gets a green dragon check? If someone green dragon checks in the middle of my game with Fishy on Tuesdays, do I have to green dragon her? Uh-oh. It's gonna be interactive. It has to be designed to be interactive from the start. Maybe. Remember, my whole like idea about this is to make it scuffed and comfortable and cozy and not have any like real like, I don't know, rigidity to it. So I don't want to have to commit to designing something one way or the other from the very beginning. You know what I mean? I want to be able to do my thing. Yeah, shit, dude. Do I make her face a green fucking dragon? That seems pretty heavy. I don't know. It seems kind of mean, to be honest. Not gonna lie. I kind of like it. I gotta make an official badge for Fishy and any players who play in the official game, right? Like I don't know, like one of my paper badges I make for all the events. Today, Quateras? What is a Quateras? Is that some French shit or whatever? What about a dragon? Contemplating whether or not I should allow chat to summon a green dragon when Fishy's playing D&D with me on stream next Tuesday. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're trying to figure out right now. We're trying to identify the best way of doing this. How petty and cruel am I willing to be as a DM? Y'all are gonna see me actively not trying to kill Fishy and be disappointed. I don't want to lose credit, man. But I'm afraid y'all are gonna like think less of me, you know? Because they're like, dude, why isn't Evan trying to kill her right now? I thought he was a real game master. Though I'm not sure if being like a super adversarial game master is super like in vogue anymore, or if that was like a early 2000s thing. Or, like 2010s thing, I guess. You know, I think it was, to be honest. Actually doesn't work. There we go. I did it. Dude. The little design elements here, like seams, I always forget to do early on. And then I have to retroactively go back and just like slap them on for, you know, repairs and scuffs and all sorts of things like that. I feel like I'm lagging behind, you know, my old design ways. You should scratch behind the ears and make friends, probably. It's bad if I kill my players. It's not bad. It's bad if you try and kill your players, unless you let your players like that shit, in which case, go for it. You know? With the green dragon, check works. If you roll a 100 chat, you get a 100 on the roll and it draws a green dragon. True. True. Oh yeah, busy. The link in Discord's okay. I'm okay with that. Thanks for watching out. But yeah, chat nukes the links. Character art reminds me of my wife's character art, specifically the leg wear. I had to ask her to explain what she looked like, and she showed me a picture, and I was like, are you not wearing pants? Her response was, Wonder Woman doesn't wear pants. No one complains. Does Wonder Woman not wear pants? see no pants. I know classically Wonder Woman wears no pants, but I thought maybe like Gal Gadot Wonder Woman. Godot? Got it? I see this. I see links here to the Godot. I know her Wonder Woman does not. No, I see. You're right. No pants for Wonder Woman. All right. Well, hey. Listen. There you go. D&D characters properly designed for superheroes. She is a little more superhero-y than the average character I've ever drawn. So, I mean, this is a very weird, different design for me typically because Fishy gave me a base of what she kind of liked, and I was like, oh, cool, I'll do that. I asked her for a description. She made me a sketch. I wonder, one day she might be okay sharing the art she sent me, the sketch she made, but we'll see. But a lot of it is referencing those elements and those things. Okay, asymmetry in the arm braces. Asymmetry, asymmetry, asymmetry. It's the one thing that I can do well here. Hopefully more than one thing, but I'm setting the bar low because I want to try to have this done by next Friday, if we can. Sorry, by next Tuesday, if we can. It'd be great to have our character art on screen while y'all are chilling, watching the game. I hope people have fun, man. I'm so nervous doing different things on my channel, on like the main channel, but I hope people have fun with it. I think people tend to get like pretty comfortable with like what they go to a Twitch channel for, and I tend to see some resistance when I do different shit. So I'm always like conscious of that, and like my main goal when I'm streaming is not to get work done or anything; it's to create a good stream. So I just hope that there's like a good reception to the first stream game ever. Try to no links chat here. Yeah, no, it auto deletes it, or it auto stars it out. Like all you get in Twitch is I wasn't looking for the stars, but I should have said something about it. I should have noticed them. Yeah, it auto deletes it or whatever, which is kind of silly. I don't know. I guess I'm not sure that's a bot thing or whatever. I don't know why you wouldn't just like not post and why post stars instead. Chuck as much that's such a clever point. Yeah, true. Do you usually have a preference in your D&D games for characters not to be overly cutesy, like a little guy? Nah, like so here's the way I look at it, Nate. There are certain types of people or certain like vibes of a D&D game that I won't really play with that kind of person. Like I like my players to be a little more serious, take it a little bit more seriously, but obviously we're not trying to play Dark Souls here. We're not going to be overly cringe. I like to have a bit of a good bridge between levity and seriosity. But no, I think I'm pretty relaxed about it typically. If there's a player that like acts like super cutesy and whatnot, and that's like their whole brand or what, it could get annoying probably for me. I could see myself being like, all right, I'm good, I'm done. And I'm super willing to say to people like, hey, that was a lot of fun, but like don't think I'm a good DM for you. I don't think we're a good fit, so I'll catch you later. And like people have a very big there's a very big stigma online about not playing D&D with people, which is like always super weird to me. But I think that if you don't like the way someone's playing D&D or you don't quite vibe with it, you just don't play D&D together. I think like 95%, maybe 90% of like group problems and group issues that I hear of like when someone comes in chat and says, oh my god, I'm having this problem with my D&D group, or if I look on Reddit and see like, oh, problems with my D&D campaign, I think most, like 95% of these issues are easily resolved with don't play D&D with that dude. Oh, but he's my friend. I don't care. I have lots of friends that don't play D&D because we don't play the right way or a way that fits together. And you try and be flexible as a player and as a GM, but sometimes you find like just impasses and things that are just like, I'm not really a fan of your vibe, or I'm not a fan of the style, or I'm not a fan of whatever, or the type of game you run, the type of character you play. I always think that it's super like healthy and responsible to be like, yo, I love you, you're my homie, but like we should not play D&D together. Tons of friends like that over the years of playing D&D. So I don't know. I don't think Fishy's gonna be overly cutesy or anything. I mean, like part of that is like her brand, but I don't know. I don't think she like Fishy doesn't annoy me. So I don't imagine even if Fishy played that variation in game, it would annoy me. I think you'd probably be fine. Yeah, and you just play and have a good time, you know? If you don't like playing with that person, or if that type of D&D isn't what you're vibing with right then and there, then you just tell them, hey, thanks for giving us a chance. Thanks for giving it a shot. I will see you later. Later being never. No ooh D&D? I mean, I don't know, man. Do I seem very ooh-wooey? Maybe. I've like slowly fallen out of love with the anime community over the last like probably, I don't know, 5 or 10 years, 5 or 8 years maybe. That I don't really feel a part of it anymore, you know? And I have watched more individual anime episodes than anyone in this chat has ever met a person that has watched. Like I am the person you know that has watched the most anime that you know in your life, that like weird guy that never goes outside in college. I have watched more anime than him. I had a phase that I went through for about 10 years where I was just cranking it on, you know, just one show after another. I was torrenting them. Then when streaming came out, I was subbed to Crunchyroll and Funimation at watching every single series that ever came out on those platforms. It was crazy. I loved it, but I've kind of fallen out of love with it. I feel like anime is going in a bit of a direction, and maybe it might be me changing. I think it's both. I think it's me and the industry and the people, where it's becoming a little too unironically degenerate. You know? It went from like ironically degenerate with like healthy amounts of degeneracy in it to like actually unironically like, ooh, geez guys, we gotta figure this out, you know? But it's not meant for me anymore. So it feels like a walking folktale, both lore-wise and in art. That's a really interesting observation. I'm gonna take that as a huge compliment, Viddy. I appreciate that. Thank you. So Mark said, oh, the rest of them, oh, it doesn't do that for the entire message, Bizzo, just the, oh, okay, I didn't know that. All right, I guess people that rarely ever post a link and a message in the same message, so I never really see that often. Good point. Bit of trip playing a cute character is just really different from what I'm used to. Yeah, I don't know. On a good day, sure. Shut up. Stop. I don't want, no, God. One day I'll catch up to you, Evan. You can, man. Here's the thing, Blaze. There's a lot of great anime out there that, like, if you're someone who's just gotten into anime recently, there is so much good stuff out there that I am envious that you get to go watch for the first time. You know? But a lot of new stuff, man. The depravity is showing. And I really don't like it. I really feel like it's kind of bugging me. But whatever. I've changed, anime's changed, everybody's changed. It's not new, it's just the extent of it, you know? So, I don't know. 4 different screens going, watching all of them. Yeah, watch 4 at a time, totally. My repertoire grows every week. It'll only take me another 2 years if I'm lucky. Yeah, look, I mean, there's amazing shows out there. Like if I could go back and watch Fooly Cooly or like, you know, Evangelion or Eureka 7 for the first time, that's like such an experience, man. Or Last Exile, or like, God, I don't know. Like, man, what did I even rate as like top anime? Because I stopped doing the My Anime List thing like at a certain point, but all the good stuff is like old enough. Where's some of the high ones that I marked up there? I'm not going to show my anime list on stream because I have some shame. Anime list. Oh man, like Lucky Star and Nichijou. Imagine watching Lucky Star and Nichijou for the first time ever. Macross. Dot Hack. Oh fuck, dude. Gundam 00. Any of the Gundams. Haruhi Suzumiya, Angel Beats. Dude, man, there's so much good anime that I would just kill to watch the first time again. Your Line, April, Chunibyo, Log Horizon. Oh my Wait, Gankatsuo. Oh man. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff, dude. A lot of new stuff. I don't know. There's still good new stuff that comes out. It's not like it's not like all anime is just trash in recent years, but it's just there's just like a different shift in the community that puts me off. Makes me feel like I'm not sort of part of it anymore. It's like maybe it's like people used to have a certain amount of closeted shame. Like there is a healthy amount of closeted shame that exists. And then gacha games came out. Maybe that's what happened. So, but I hate is when good anime comes around and it's generally new, and then other studios turn that anime's popular into a genre. And yeah. If anyone's talking about Chainsaw Man, I'll throw myself out the window. I haven't seen Chainsaw Man. Never watched it. Read the manga, it was cool, but like after I read the manga, I just don't have a massive desire. Like about a year or so after I read it, I didn't read all of it. They were like, "Oh, there's an anime coming out for it," and everybody like freaked out and said it's gonna be the best thing ever. I loosely remember when this happened, but yeah, I didn't watch it because it's like I already read it. I don't need to, you know. The only thing I really enjoyed was My Hero, and I get made fun of a lot for that. Well, the community is known as being very like cringe and smelling really bad, but not. It's fine. I don't watch a lot of those really big like popular shonens like My Hero and Bleach and whatever else and that kind of shit and Naruto. So I don't have a great, but I did watch one season of My Hero. I think it was good. It was fun. I've really like it's weird. I've like had this sort of like renaissance in my like the things that I like enjoy watching. I never thought that I'd be like a retro enjoyer. Like I always enjoyed retro games, but I never thought that I'd be like one of those guys that like likes it more than the newer stuff, like video games or anything like that. But I really have been like going back and watching like early 2000s, late 90s anime and really loving it. You like Ghost in the Shell and Black Lagoon, like I don't know, man. Just had like a lot of humanity in the development of it. The studios weren't at a point where they were so formulaic. Formulaic anime really came out in the early 2000s, and there was still good stuff in the early 2000s, you know? Like I just quoted Nichijou and Lucky Star in their formulaic. There's like 8,000 Nichijous and Lucky Stars. So, I don't know. If you're not an anime enjoyer, you have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. Just know that I'm very interested in this and be happy for me. What's up, Motion? Good to see you. Leaped through window, yeah. The majority I watch a lot of shonen, but I also like Dr. Squatch soap, so yeah. Alright, that's fair. Them Squatch enjoyers, man. I see ads for that all the time. No, like you know what makes me unpopular in a lot of like modern anime fans is I think Attack on Titan sucked. I watched the first season and it was unforgivably bad production that I never gave the rest of the show a chance. Right? The first season was, it's a good story, don't get me wrong. I like the story. The manga is probably great and fantastic. But the actual show's production was so horribly done. Like I was just shocked. Like the story was good, so I was still watching it every week. But then when they like Attack on Titan season 2, I was like, I'm not watching another season of this garbage. Like that's when I sat down and watched and read the manga instead of watching the fucking show. But even then, it's like, it's okay. It's not the best thing I've ever seen or read or whatever. But people fucking love it, man. People say it's the greatest anime of all time, and it's like, okay, dude, like, sure, man. Go off. Slay. Happy for you. I disagree, but I'm super happy you're excited. And I can be happy vicariously, and people are like, dude, this thing's the greatest thing to ever come out. I'm like, I'm like enjoying your excitement secondhand, but I don't share it, you know? If someone actually agrees with me on that anime, yeah, it's like meh. Like the story is decent, it's decent, but I don't love the style, to be honest. So there is that. I don't like the art style for Attack on Titan, and yeah, the first season was irredeemably bad. When they would do like the production schedule, they were so fucked up that they had to like do like 10-minute recaps before 5 minutes of episode, and then 10 minutes of like, I don't know. It was just like, dude, Dude, just pause the anime for the rest of the season and resume it next season when you're all caught up, guys. Trying to get it out for the weekly serialization was just not good. And I don't think anyone could really disagree with me on that. You can say that the story was great, or that the later seasons are worth it, or whatever. There's lots of things you can say about it, but you can't tell me that the production in the first season wasn't bad enough that you can understand why I dropped it. Right? That's what I can't get past on. A lot of anime is very hit or miss. You either like it or love it. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Flesh Gundams. Yeah, that's. Oh God, I want to go back and watch some old mecha shit like Escaflowne. Escaflowne was Flesh Gundams. So was Evangelion. Ew. Yep. People don't like to hear it, but Attack on Titan is a flesh mecha. We tried that a lot of anime hit or miss. You either like it or hate it. I know what you mean. It's fine. Totally know what you meant. Maybe. I don't know. I just don't watch stuff all that often now. What was like? I watched a couple things like last season, the season before. Like I still foolishly have a Crunchyroll subscription. I think I should cancel it, to be honest, because I'm paying like $8 a month or whatever, and I like watch like one thing a season sometimes, like a couple of shows a year. I should probably just buy Crunchyroll for like a month once a year and watch a bunch of shit and then just chill. But like when I first started streaming, I had such a routine, man. I'd end my stream and I'd like go onto Crunchyroll and excitedly see what anime was like updated. And that was kind of towards the tail end of me watching a lot of anime. But like when I was working at the game store, when I was in like art school, I watched a ton of anime. Anime got me through art school. It did. I watched a ton of anime at school even, because I was just so depressed and sick and not okay at that time that I needed anything to take my mind away and to take me out of it. And so anime was great for that. You just watch some shit and take you out and go on an adventure, and it's like, dude. Yeah, it was cool. It was a good time. I wish I could get back into it, but yeah, the anime community as a whole has changed in some ways irreparably. Whether you think that's good or bad, but regardless, it's not going back. With the advent of gacha games and VTubers, whether you think that they've been a good or bad influence, or you're into it or not, like that's all fine. I'm not moralizing the existence of gacha and VTubers, but it just has changed things quite a bit. Because it's a formula. It's how you make money. You know? And with that, there's just been a growing degeneracy that has like become more and more open and widespread in anime that I just don't vibe with. Not that it's so prevalent that you can't enjoy it, but it's just like it makes being a part of the, like, because a lot of times you're interested in the hobby or whatever, and part of the fun of being interested in the hobby is being part of said community. And when being part of said community stops being fun, then kind of the hobby sort of loses a little bit of its enchantment, you know? I've found. I don't know if anyone relates to that, but just sort of, it's just different now, you know? Do you remember seeing a side-by-side where the production quality is much better later? I believe it, yeah. When it was proven to be like as big and popular as it was, I believe the later seasons were probably better, but the first season was just so terrible that I just couldn't give the rest of it a chance, you know? One thing that always makes me sad is when an anime has an amazing first season, maybe even 2 or 3 seasons, then every season after is garbage production. Well, you know, also weirdly, Blaze, I never really watched a lot of anime that was more than 1 or 2 seasons. And a season is like 13 episodes, 12 to 14 episodes. So like 12 to 24 or 26, 25 episode anime was always the sweet spot for me. And they were always right after each other. It was very rarely like it'd be a full run 24 episode thing. But studios don't want to invest in that anymore. They either want to invest in an idea that's 12 or 13 episodes that sells another product like a light novel or whatever, or they want to invest in the 6-8 mega season whatever thing. So they never have like, oh, I have a great idea for a cool anime story. It's 24 episodes. Okay, go tell that story. You know, like really weird things like Dragonaut or whatever. How many episodes? How many episodes was Dragonaut? 25. Right? Or like, how many episodes was Guilty Crown? Was 13 or 15? Oh, 22. Yeah, so you never got like Guilty Crowns anymore. Right? Where somebody makes like a cool, like, I don't know, 24 episode like contained story. It's not trying to sell a light novel. It's not trying to do anything crazy. It's just a cool story for 20 something episodes. And that's it. It doesn't need to be anything else. You know? That kind of stopped. So what little I see it, this looks really cool. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. No, so I'm drawing one of my player characters. I have agreed to do my very first on-stream D&D game with my friend Fishy. And she's going to be playing this character, Runa, so I'm drawing her character for her. Hopefully before next Tuesday, when we actually play our very first game. We did our planning yesterday. And this next week, we're going to get after it. It's going to be good. So, thank you. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you to say. Yoon is also upset about it. I know you guys can hear it every single time she barks. Especially when she has her loud bitchy bark like that. Ella, can you throw Yoon out a window, please? Thank you. Love Blue-Eyed, Arcane, Castlevania, because to me they all have crazy good storytelling. Man, was Arcane anime? I don't know if I classify Arcane as anime, but yeah, sure. Everyone will be a refan. The first 2 seasons were fun, but it's really rough in production since it's on such a tight budget. Yeah, Yuna, what were you bitchy barking about? Yuna, were you being a Karen? Okay, she came and grabbed her chew and is running back downstairs to Ella. So, God, don't you hate it when your dogs can be such a fucking Karen? Ella's the manager, by the way. She just wants to speak to her. She's mad I won't play with her? Yeah, well, there you go. She's mad that she can't talk to the manager. There you go. 84 was one of my favorite animes. Season 1, mecha-ish, very reminiscent of Iron Blood Orphans from what I was told. Oh, that's cool. That's a good show. Your mic and your filters actually do a really good job of narrowing down Yuna's barking. Really? Okay. Okay, why do I feel like I hear... music on a different tab or something? Okay, I'm crazy. I'm crazy. I'm insane. I'm actually insane. You know what? Time to listen to some Byron Hens music. There we go. The Realms of Eldara theme, excuse me. Oof, I'll turn mine down. Nah, you're good, you're good. I don't think it was really animated in their Netflix series. Yeah. I could probably classify it as anime if you wanted to. I don't know. The only thing Arcane pissed me off so much about is everyone's just like, wow, look at the highlights on the inner corner of the eyes. Like, Arcane was the first fucking series to ever do that. It's dumb artist stuff. No, Arcane was great. I loved it. I'm excited for Arcane Season 2. I'm very excited for it. I'm trying to be more interested in, like, TV shows. Because I like being excited for something new every week, you know? Sometimes my life is so sad week to week that I have nothing to be excited about, you know? It's, like, cold and winter and whatnot that I just want to be excited for, like, a TV show at the end of the week. And I have Star Wars for that right now, which, by the way, there's a new trailer for a new Star Wars TV show that just came out. Acolyte. I saw it yesterday after stream. Looks decent. I don't know. I am anticipating it being terrible. I'm hoping it's going to be decent. I don't know much about what the director or whatever producer, showrunner, creator, I don't know what she does, but whatever. The person responsible for that shit. Don't know anything about her work previously. Looked it up on IMDb. Couldn't name a single thing. Didn't like what any of it looked like, but god damn it, I'm hoping she does Star Wars well. So... another one? Yeah, another one. It's called Acolyte. It's about a Sith or some shit. Yo, thank you. It's already in motion for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome. Welcome to the Dragon's Claim, my friend. The guild hall is open. The bar is unfortunately not free for the guild members yet. We're just trying to get it to be more legit as an Adventurers Guild, okay? We'll get there one of these days. Slowly we're trying, okay? Okay. Ooh, there's a lot of layers, isn't that? Oh, that's what I wanted to do. I merged everything. Why is merge down and merge visible right beside each other? This is not good, man. It's not good for me. Just for the stew? Yeah, I care about that. Beating Star Wars and superheroes to death. Yeah, dude, I like the Star Wars. I wanted more Star Wars. Like I'm part of that crew that wants more Star Wars. I like Star Wars. My favorite thing. But I want to do it right, you know? And I hope the show's good. Like, I haven't disliked any of the shows really yet, I guess. I don't think anyway. Have I disliked any of them? Like, I was pretty meh about some of them. Like, some of them were okay. You know, like, what were the live action shows? Mandalorian was great. That was fine. Had fun. Obi-Wan was like, it was okay. Wasn't like anything I'd watch again, but it was nice to watch, I suppose. What else? Andor was not my favorite. Probably my least favorite of all of them. But even then, my least favorite was still good, enjoyable. I'd still watch it again maybe one day. Maybe. I don't know. I'd put it on or some shit. What else? Ahsoka was good. Ahsoka was good, though, because Ahsoka was meant for Star Wars, Clone Wars, and Rebels fans. And I watched Star Wars, Clone Wars, and Rebels. If you didn't watch Clone Wars and Rebels, and you don't know, like, a lot about it, and you'd miss a lot of things from it, a lot of references, there was tons of fan service and, like, redemption of story and whatnot for people who enjoyed that side of things. So there was that, I guess. But, yeah, I don't know. It's not really bad for TV. Maybe? I don't know. Am I excited for this? Why am I not excited for Acolyte? Because I'm not really excited for it. I should be. I should be the one person that you all know that is excited for Acolyte. And I'm just kind of like, you know, when it comes out, I guess. That word suck, but it's been pretty good from what I hear. Andor, yeah, it's fine. It's good. It's a different vibe from Star Wars you don't always get. So, rumors about the Fallout series coming out. Fallout's not really my vibe, so I'll probably skip it. But I hope it's good for Fallout fans. You know. You should want the quest taxes, don't you? I don't get shit. I don't get a cut from the quests. All right, I gotta pay the guild to get quests for our members, so I'm losing money in these quests next. Caution makeup on point for the new trailer. They are. I don't know what the story's about, and I'm worried it's gonna be Terabad. Like, I could see the Acolyte being fantastic. I could also see Acolyte being the worst, cringiest shit. It could go either way. It's one of those things, you know, where I don't think it's going to be mid-ground for people. I think it's going to be like Solo, a Star Wars story. People are they're going to love it or fucking hate it. And that's fine. It's fine to have more like controversial whatever stuff in your show. I think it's okay to have, you know, in your repertoire of Star Wars to have certain things that are like well accepted and loved and whatnot, and other things that are more, you know, not everyone's vibe. It's okay to have that. It's good. That's what I like about Star Wars, is that it has so many different vibes. You can play, like, if you're playing Star Wars D&D, the Saga Edition for 3.5 or 3.75, the Wizards made, you can play very different vibes of Star Wars games, and I love that about it. I loved running like a super like Jedi-y, like Republic, old Republic, whatever game. And I like this sort of, you know, Cloak and Daggers, like smuggler kind of game, or the Outer Rim game. Like, it's all good. I like that about it. So, new time setting for Acolyte. It's during the Republic, right? Like the Golden Age, I think. 100 years before Yavin. Okay. We might see Master Yoda. More to say, have you? Oh shit! What if we get some Master Yoda in there? That'd be cool. I don't know. I don't know. Want to play Star Wars TTRPG at some point? If you're gonna play one, there's two options really. There is the Fantasy Flight Star Wars TTRPG. There's the Fantasy Flight Star Wars TTRPG. Right here. Edge of the Empire, the role-playing game. There's Edge of the Empire, Age of Rebellion, and Force and Destiny. I would not recommend playing this one. I would recommend playing the Wizards of the Coast Star Wars TTRPG, known as Saga Edition, Star Wars Saga Edition. Saga Edition is Star Wars Saga Edition. There we go. We got there in the end. This book right here, Star Wars Saga Edition, is my personal favorite gaming TTRPG game system ever. It's 3.75. It's everything you liked about 3.5 D&D. Before the sort of the downfall that was 4E and 5E. But it has so many books and so much EU stuff. It has so much content. It's the books were insane, dude. The books you could get, the supplemental stuff, the mechanics, God, dude. Whew. It was good. It was good. Get some friends together and play that shit. It's gonna be worth it. You'll have fun. All through the same system? Yeah, they are. They're just like different books in the system. Well, you know, Butcher the Skywalkers. Yeah, Butcher even more. Yeah. So you're telling me to leave Rey alone, is what you're saying, Oda. Leave Rey Skywalker alone. She's doing her best out here with her little flippy lightsaber. All right. Just leave her alone. Don't butcher her story. Don't do it. Don't do it. Not my Rey Skywalker. Here's the thing. I follow... Because we never got George Lucas's sequels, my own sort of like... The canon that I love the most is the Thrawn trilogy. And legacy stuff. Heir to the Empire, Cade Skywalker. I had a hard time believing that Luke Skywalker would turn into a sad little, you know, whatever. Because some dark side shit happened. I have a hard time with that. So, you know, I felt at a certain point in time that they weren't really attacking the Skywalkers. Because for me, you know, it wasn't a story that I agreed was Star Wars at its essence. I think Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau agree with that. That's why they sort of tried to redeem Luke Skywalker a bit in Mandalorian. Bless him. Final Fantasy books wait, you have some of them, good theme and imagery. The WotC Saga books are so expensive. They are. You can buy a full set of Saga for 1,600 USD. Ooh. There you go. US standard dollar. Wow. I was gonna pull the Destiny points over from Star Wars RPGs. Yeah. It was a good system, I think. You can leave now, Evan? Yeah, too bad. Leave my Rey Skywalker alone. Did the Rey movie get canceled? I heard some shit about the Rey movie got canceled indefinitely because people were mad at the director or some shit. Is that true? I try and stay away from all the politics of like Disney shit and why people are mad about stuff because it's just exhausting and I have like a lot to do in my day. That I don't have time to get mad about stuff on the internet anymore. Like, don't get me wrong, I fucking love getting mad about stuff on the internet. I just have to do that or be a productive human, and I can't do both. And so I don't keep up on why we're mad anymore. You know what I mean? So I know there's supposed to be a Rey movie, and like, look, here's the thing. Despite what people say about Rey as a Star Wars character, I like Daisy Ridley. I think Daisy Ridley was cool. I thought she was great. I had no problem with Daisy Ridley as a you know. I thought that all the new actors in the new Star Wars show, John Boyega and Oscar Isaacs and Daisy Ridley, I thought they were all great, and I thought they were all fantastic additions to the Star Wars universe. I wish the story had been more in line with like what I personally sort of expected out of it. But you know, they did their best, and oh boy, did I watched a whole documentary about what happened and the stuff around it, and that is a day and a half of your life if you want to spend doing that. Used to succeed sometimes, but also let's that's how, or wait, that's how this works points. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, Destiny points are great because you could give Destiny points for your players for like important moments. Like, you know what I love about that system next, that you would ask your players at the beginning of the game, what is your destiny that you want, your chosen destiny, and whenever they did stuff in accordance with fulfilling their destiny, then you give them these destiny points. They're super powerful. I love the destiny. Like I've been trying to for years trying to figure out how to import the destiny point system into D&D. The problem is I mean this with a lot of love. All right, I don't want anyone to get offended. I don't think D&D players are smart enough to play with destiny points. That's why I don't try and like force it into you know. It's just, listen, bro. You know, like I'm not smart enough to play BattleTech, and I'm fully willing to admit that, 100%. I don't have like a degree in like math, like geometric math or some shit, or like theoretical, you know, whatever. So I can't play BattleTech, unfortunately. Maybe when I'm 55. I think you have to either be smart or in your 50s plus to play BattleTech. When it comes to the Destiny point system, I don't think D&D players are smart enough for that in general. No, I think the Destiny points is just like people don't like to think about their characters like the end of their story like that at the beginning of their game. In Star Wars, for some reason, it felt like it fit, but I don't think D&D players would accept it, you know? I don't think D&D players in general, they wouldn't like if you said like, hey, because it's an easy question. You're like, you're starting a D&D game. You're like, so what's your like, what destiny are you trying to move towards? What do you feel like your destiny is? You know, or that's like overthrow the whatever. And the thing is, it actually should fit into D&D really well because of like backstory stuff. The problem is D&D players have rejected pretty wholeheartedly things like your traits of like virtues and vices and whatnot that you'd roll on a sheet. They don't want to RP that stuff out and be constrained. So they just like kind of don't. And when you suggest that people do anything like that, you know, then it's kind of, you get a lot of pushback that I found. But I could probably implement with my own group and see what happens. I just don't think people will do it in general because, I don't know. She's having a hard time getting other acting jobs because of it. Yeah, that sucks, man. Daisy really is. She's great. I think she's great. She seems great. I have nothing against her. She seems fantastic. I think she's, you know, a wonderful actress, and I don't know. I was excited to see her come back for another Star Wars stuff. I just was worried that they would continue like Rey Skywalker style story with her. So like a Rey Skywalker Dave Filoni story would actually be pretty cool if you think about it. If they gave John Favreau and Dave Filoni a Rey Skywalker movie, I think that would actually be sick. But I don't think I'd trust anyone else with it. Use a different way. He just rolls a d12 and we get them or not for each section. Also DM also gets them. Oh, interesting. The DM, ooh, I like that. That's cool. Some majority plot relevant enemies have been Destiny point or two. I think many players would just throw them out. Story Saga Edition, a Destiny / ending for your character was there from the start. Yeah. Most players I know don't want a campaign to end. They just want a career campaign where it just keeps going. Yeah, I don't know. I've always felt like that's a... You know, that's interesting because Star Wars, there is a sense about it where they have sort of like an end point to the story, like goal. Okay, that's an interesting question. Why does Star Wars as a setting have endpoint goals people are happy to, like resolutions in stories people are happy to reach? Whereas D&D, general fantasy, doesn't. Ooh. I don't think we could probably come up with an answer for that in one stream. But that's an interesting direction to start thinking about. Yeah, you're right about that. How's your character die is a backstory question I ask frequently to put in context the bookend of the story. It's easier to flesh out everything in between. Yeah, that's true. I really want to do this game video where I get a bunch of friends together and I'm like, you are going to do this amazing Halo Reach game, but you are not going to survive it. I really want to do that game so bad. So bad, dude. If I had the time to, man. What I need, Vidi, is I just need like a Byzantine patron that wants to see me run D&D to pay me like a livable wage to run D&D campaigns on Twitch every I'd have a D&D game commissioned. There you go. A 12-part D&D, or maybe like 8-part D&D campaign to be commissioned for like 2 months of work or some shit. You don't have Daisy Rosalie either. I just don't care for Mary Sue's. Yeah, I see what you're saying. TTRPG's West End games, Star Wars D6. Oh yeah, it's old school stuff. Keep pulling weird directors out of nowhere, which I don't get, man. I mean, whatever, sure, I guess. We watch the shows and episodes. We have similar ends, tossing darts at the board. Maybe. I wonder if it's in the form of like the fact that we see so many series have a start and end point that we can reference our own like stories in a Star Wars universe. But I also wonder if it's the style of storytelling that there are certain goals. It's like there's an objective good and evil that you can sort of pursue in Star Wars that's more difficult to pursue in D&D, because in D&D people like you know what you'll never hear me use as a term in D&D is BBEG. I think it's such a stupid term. I hate it. And also people are just I don't know. I just don't like the term. But I also don't like the idea that's kind of like the moral sort of like ending point for people. They're like, yo, what did you like we're fighting our BBEG, as if everyone fights that in their game, as if that's the end point for their game, for every good game, you know? And it's just like maybe in a story like Star Wars, like, because there's like these systems and stories that you're playing within those systems and stories as opposed to being responsible for it. Maybe it's as a result of Star Wars, the main character being the world in some ways, or more on that line than D&D. I don't know. It's interesting. When you're on Discord, and I think I saw them randomly before somewhere. Wait, what? Saw who? Wait, a character or something? That's pretty cool. All right, that's dope. Hell yeah. So watch shows, episodes. What do you mean D&D doesn't have an endpoint in the story? Also, hi. What's up, Donut? Only applies to main Star Wars movies though, right? No. Just any Star Wars story. Like I mean, like also a lot of games have really cool story. Like games and Star Wars EU, I think is, or Legends as they say it now. So much asked to be able to run D&D for my friends for $100,000 a year. Yeah, true. Dude, my friends tried to. They all 4 of my players last session were like, bro, we're willing to pay you for D&D. And I said no. Oh man, I played myself. I said no. Dude, fuck, man. Like I should have accepted it. I should have let them pay me for D&D. But oh man, god damn it, fucked up, man. I no, yeah, that's fair. Baz, that's fair. In general, fantasy and D&D characters die unpredictably. Fantasy as a genre often serves as an escape as well, so ending doesn't matter as long as you're there. Star Wars characters, from what little I know, each character needs to be resolved in the story. I would say, like, I think that good observation, Viddy, but I think that there's also I would move the like good insight, but I think that if we're gonna resolve this question, it needs to go in the direction of the type of stories more so. Which I don't know how to explain really well, but I'm sure I'll think about it, and then no one's gonna ask me about it 2 weeks from now, and I will never get to show my genius and how I figured out why Star Wars is brilliant. But you know, it's the way it is. I think it's more in the style of stories. It's like, you know what it is, Viddy? I think almost like I would say, and this isn't correct, and this isn't correct. This is a direction of thought. I almost think it's because the stories are bigger than the characters in Star Wars. That's why it's like your character is less the story in its entirety, but there's a natural start and end point to your story in a good Star Wars story because you are a part of a bigger story, is my intuition. So like the story of the rebels saving the planet, or rescuing the whatever, and then stealing the plans to the Death Star, is like an arc in service of a greater idea or story or archetypical tale or something, or myth. You know, that's the direction that I would go in for this, but I don't know if that's the right way to describe it. That's definitely an incomplete. That's just more directional, but Star Wars is brilliant because it's exactly like Rome's Voldara. Listen, there's one person, living or dead, I could have a conversation with or have lunch with. It'd be George fucking Lucas. And I talked to him about like Joseph Campbell books for 2 hours. We weren't even talking about Star Wars. For stories and shows, also look at Andor, Mandalorian. Those two, especially Andor, are so D&D-esque in their story progression because literally just A happens, hero reacts to A. This means B happens, hero reacts to B. Cassian Andor doesn't wake up at episode 1, say, if I'm going to go start the Rebellion, it'll all come down to fruition episode 12. Yeah, man, that's interesting. I have a lot of intuitions of this, but I don't think I could essay them properly right now. I have to think about this for quite a bit longer. In D&D and fantasy, let's take it even more, one step further in the meta direction. Maybe there's types of stories we don't tell, they don't have an ending in mind for the characters, because we want the campaign that we're playing to be the thing that brings us together for a very long time. I think that might be it as well, is that we don't have, when we're playing D&D, we don't have a good sense of like wanting there to be an arc necessarily, because you don't want a good game to end. So, man, that's tough, bro. I don't know. Authors, content creators streaming their games, so on and so forth, have similar appreciation for their projects. Right. Yeah, man. I mean, how am I going to do this for my own game? We should ever take a trip to Skywalker Ranch? That would be amazing. I would love to see Skywalker Ranch in person. You know, obviously it wasn't where they developed the original trilogy, but it's where they developed the prequel trilogy, and that's what I grew up on, so I have a lot of love. I don't have disdain, like, I don't have the, like, 45-year-old ponytail graybeard disdain for the prequel trilogy that a lot of people do, because I grew up with it. And I think it's actually pretty good. There's a lot of great... If you think about Star Wars as, like, an anthropology project, and you think about it as, a like, sort of a meta myth, then the prequels are pretty great, I think. Which is kind of where I approach them. So I would love to go to the place that they were made, kind of thing, you know? Lander is a story about the beginning, solidification of the rebellion, casting to the focal point we see a lot of ends converge around. Right, and there's like, but it's like his story is in service of a greater one that I don't know if that's the right direction or not. That's just my intuition. Mando, it's similar, except each individual episode tries to have a self-contained mini story. Yeah, they very much did that. Like you know, you could get like Boy and the Beast and Seven Samurai, and like all these old like, you know, Western samurai flicks or whatever were like episode. Like, yeah, there was a really cool intent there. It may or may not influence the greater story at large, which is also very D&D-esque. It's just DM letting the players pursue side quests, but laying out the hooks to weave those stories back into the main quest, keep the players on track. Yeah, and you know what I'd also reference is if we're talking about stories that sort of have that are in service of a greater plot, I would also say that you'd have to look in a lot of older media, you know, older comic books, older games, older novels, things like that. That the sagas, the tales, the stories very much fit into. It fits into it in a much neater way, which I don't know if it's a good or bad thing. I don't know, man. I'm just gonna try and run a good D&D game. We'll see if people like it. I've realized that I really like thinking about this, but I've also realized recently that overthinking is actually a bad thing for me. That I overthink a lot of things, and I sit here trying to analyze the best way to do something, you know. But there's, when you hear like I am never quiet about how much I respect and think George Lucas is one of the greatest storytellers ever. I think that you don't make something that is so important to so many people so casually, right? It's like, imagine like not wanting to learn anything from Tolkien or J.K. Rowling or George Lucas because you don't like the show. They're clearly all doing something right for a reason. I think if you're a storyteller, it's good to study that kind of shit. Why is this so infectious with so many people? Why do so many people love it? But I also understand that when George Lucas talks about Star Wars, he kind of just approaches it so casually. He's like, oh yeah, I just took these old ideas and sort of like condensed them down into like a cool like Flash Gordon like skinned little show, and it was fun. So it's like, yeah, man, like part of it is you can't overthink it too much, and I definitely think that I am at risk of overthinking stuff. So drank so much water today, but I'm being so responsible and so hydrated. Trip to accomplish specific task, adventure, trip without a destination, journey, when the trip is more important than the destination. And not all of them have to imply a length either, Biddy. A quest, a trip, and a journey can all be, or adventure, sorry, quest, adventure, and journey can all be different, because I think we sometimes like we minimize the importance of a quest as like it's something in service of an adventure. An adventure has quests. You can say a quest has adventures or whatever, and you can kind of reverse that around. You know, like Lord of the Rings is a quest. It's an epic about a quest. You can call it a journey, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how I define these things. Stories in Star Wars originally were made with the definitive endings in mind for stories and characters, and I think the repeating a couple times bleeds into the core of what Star Wars is, a story is, whereas D&D campaigns are open-ended. You know, RPG. Yeah, man. I wonder if it's just an issue of fantasy or an issue of D&D like that. What's good, Cal? Star Wars definitely formats its characters with the framework of a person who has a story that plays into the effective overall story narrative. Over the scale, yeah. I always think that people have a better time in their D&D game, a more memorable time, when they make their characters in service of the story. The problem is people think that what I'm saying is that you are making your. So here's the issue. When I say that a great D&D game, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people stumble upon this on their own, but some of the most meaningful D&D experiences that I've had, and a lot of people have had, are when your characters are in service of the story. The problem is when people hear that, they think what you're saying is that your characters are in service to the DM. You think that like people sometimes have this weird association where it's like they think that they're being subservient to the other person. Like, oh, I'm not just here to tell the DM's story. It's like, no. The DM has outlined the plot. Your characters are supposed to complement that. And the DMs have a much easier time making the plot in service of the story because it's kind of like more connected than the characters. But I think when the DM is creating the plot in service of a story and the characters are creating their characters in service of a story, I think you get really fucking good stories. And I've seen the best D&D played like that, and I've seen the worst D&D played when you have like your characters over here, your plot over here, and you're just hoping that like you have chances to show off how cool your thing is. The DM brings their plot and just look at how cool this is, it's laser battles and whatever, and the character's like, okay, cool, now I'm gonna go to the inn and like be all dramatic and talk about how cool my character is. And it's like, no, man, you gotta join that shit up. You gotta join that shit up, and the problem is you have to know what the other thing is. You have to work with the DM, has to work with the players. Like, you know what's a great example? I'm gonna talk about how great and awesome I am for a second here. All right, I never do this. I'm always shit talking myself. I think yesterday is my, and I'm kidding. I think yesterday is the definitive example of what I'm talking about, of how the DM and the player work together to make their characters and the plot in service of each other. That's what I think was, yet. If I'm going to pinpoint down to this is how you do it, I think yesterday is how you did it. I moved mountains. I created history for Fishy's character to fit into my setting and work. And no one can say that I like put a lot of restrictions on her character and said like this doesn't work in my setting or this or that or whatever, without also moving mountains for her. So I made sure that her character fit into my world and into my plot for the story that I can tell her as the game master. It's my responsibility to do this shit. But I moved mountains for her yesterday, and I'm super happy I did, because both things created interesting world building ideas. The fact that I had to move those mountains for her made for a much better world building experience for me. It improved my world.
Masterclass between
you know?
player and DM. Hard agree.
I'm kind of kidding, but hopefully it was a good example of me doing that healthily, where you can. Jesus, Fid, that's 500 bits. What the fuck? That's 500 bits. You could have TTS'd for a lot less, and you could have sworn, since I don't use Streamlabs anymore. So thank you, Vidya. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Thank you, bro. Let me catch from chat. Sorry. Reminds me, I have a friend that who works in a retirement home, and she received one of her residents a signed copy edition of The Hobbit. That's, oh my god, that's fucking legit. Jeez. There you go. All right. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for exercising your freedoms in new TTS. Must be a job in the entire campaign quest. Yeah. Can I ask where your campaign setting is like? So, the campaign setting that I'm building is called the Realms of Eldara. It is okay. I don't have a great small pitch for it yet, but basically I'll tell you what my goals are. My goals are, for my setting, I'm trying to bring in a place that is comfortable to fantasy nerds, people who enjoy fantasy for a reason, It's comfortable to them. It feels familiar enough that I'm executing on what we like about fantasy, what we all like about fantasy, very well. But I also have this complaint with fantasy in general. I think fantasy is become too self-referential, too incestuous, too like caught up in itself, where so much of fantasy references other things in fantasy. Now, good fantasy, when fantasy first started, referenced ideas through history, folklore, things like that. And so for me, fantasy is like artists learning how to paint by looking at other artists, which never is how you become a great painter. You can be a good painter, you can be a passable painter, you can become a decent painter like that. But you can never become a master painter by learning how to paint from other painters only. You have to learn from life and the world around you. You can't be like, oh, this is how you draw clouds because I saw it in a Ghibli movie. No, you have to like go look at clouds and like study how to draw clouds and then figure out how other artists do it. So my setting is basically, it's called the Realms of Eldara. It is basically a large, mysterious looking kind of like white planet, like Jupiter, I guess you could say. And all the realms that I'm designing and I'm building right now are like the moons of Jupiter. So there's all these like worlds in the sky, and there's these portals that lead to different worlds, and there's ancient sort of like lost technology and magics. And I'm trying to bring in a lot of themes from science fiction that we find in really great science fiction that are themes that don't exist in fantasy as much in the same way, because I love science fiction. I love like the openness and the vastness and the mysticism of the sky and certain ideas of like lost technology and ancient whatever. You know, there's like ancient empires and lost civilizations in D&D, but very rarely does it come with some sort of like tangible thing that you're trying to grasp at. And so all these different worlds are, you know, like the title image that I have that I just finished is a painting of for the album artwork that I did. Because a friend of mine composed an album for our D&D game, which is crazy. But, you know, you can see like large worlds in the background in the sky and whatnot. And I'm trying to sort of do this where the world we're working on right now is called Teleria. It's the first place. It's one contained world. It's what my world map is for. And I'm trying to build Teleria out to be a very comfortable very comfortable fantasy setting that people can recognize. And it feels like familiar to them. It has elves and dwarves and things like that. But as I go out into different worlds, I want them to be different takes and very, very different vibes on fantasy. And but I'm trying to like, I need to prove myself that I can do like classical fantasy good and reinvent the things that need to be reinvented and leave alone the things that don't need to be like reinvented. And that's kind of what I'm trying to do right now. So I don't have a great way of describing it. That question always scares the shit out of me because I feel like I'm gonna answer it improperly and give someone a wrong impression that like, oh, it's kind of boring, or like, oh, it's not interesting, or like, okay, cool, like, you know, good for you. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm trying to also build it as a place where people can tell stories. I'm trying to build the setting where the systems of the setting are interesting to play in for people, but interesting enough that you want to tell your own stories in, right? Kind of like Star Wars for me. I love playing D&D Star Wars games. I love playing Lord of the Rings Star Wars games, or Lord of the Rings D&D games. I love playing all these kind of settings because they have really good systems. It's cool to be a Jedi. It's cool to be an elf. It's cool to be a whatever from these different things. And I think that's really important in D&D settings, having good systems that you want to be a part of and use, not to tell a story about, but to help tell you your story in a game. So yeah, I don't know. You trademark Realms of Eldara and look at the Eldari runes. Spoiler, you should. Yeah, I'm in the process of it, Atari, but it's also expensive. It is hundreds and hundreds of dollars to do that in Canada. So I am I'm in the process of it, which is good. I've got it moving. I just need to get a couple things figured out first. But yeah. Hopefully that's like something I'll be able to report back on soon. So each moon is its own genre, kind of like each moon has like a different vibe, you know, like rather than having planes where you can like travel between like one plane, like 9 hells and this and that and whatever in D&D, I want there to be physical locations. So I think that physical locations are more interesting to me. If it's a planet, a world you can see in the sky and there's some kind of cool portal that you can take from here to that place in the sky, I think that's way more interesting to me than just being like, oh, I snap my finger and now I'm in the Fey world, you know? But yeah, I have these really cool, kind of more experimental fantasy ideas that some people will like the vibe of, some people won't, but it's fine if it all exists. I'm trying to make a world, a setting where it all exists together and exists well and doesn't just feel like sloppy and like whatever. And yeah, I don't know. Right now, working on Teleria. It's a very like sort of bread and butter D&D setting. Hopefully, it's got my take on a lot of things, like my take on dragons. Like for me, for instance, dragons in my world, dragons in my setting are not like, there aren't like chromatic dragons and like brass dragons look like this and red dragons look like this. I think that dragons, for me, when I look at the base of where dragon storytelling came from, I don't think the Warcraftian dragon is like very good. I don't think the D&D dragon is very good. For me, a dragon is this, it represents the end, the climax of a story. It's an apex predator. It's a creature of unbelievable strength and power and genius, and it flies in the air where you can't, and it breathes fire. It's terrible lizard of whatever, and this, you know, it's this important figure in folklore and mythology. And so I think that dragons, for me, I try and treat them more like Smaug, you know, sorry, Smaug, where it's like they're individual dragons, where it's not just like, oh, there's some golden dragons over there. I don't want dragons to be that accessible. If there's a dragon in the world, it's like a big deal for me, right? Where it's like, there's a dragon over in that mountain, and we know who it is. It's not a dragon. It's like Gorgesh, the terrible in that mountain. He breathes fire and shoots lasers and, you know, makes popcorn. It's really good, man. It's like movie theater popcorn, but you can't get it because he's just gonna, you know, kill you. So the adventure to go find some movie theater popcorn in his lair or whatever, you know what I mean? But basically, I'm trying to make red dragons important creatures as opposed to like, so I'm trying to like sort of look at fantasy concepts, what we like about fantasy concepts, where those concepts originated, and why we like it in a way that references that original thing, as opposed to just referencing the thing that we've always seen in other fantasy, you know? So, Golden Cowboy, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, good addition, Steve. Remember this one video I saw a while back, what if the moon was green, like, had life, and at one point people were, would likely think the moon would be the afterlife. Yeah, dude, years ago I saw this like in some physics class or whatever, the like size of planets, and we had these like cool images on our projector of like planets if they were where Mars was or where the moon was, and how cool and how big they would be in the sky and whatnot. I just thought that was really cool vibe. And also in World of Warcraft, there are these cool planets in this place called Draenor that I was like, man, there's something about looking up into the sky and seeing realms of adventure that I think is so fucking cool that I want that to be a serious vibe inside of Eldara. So yeah. Some of the Rebels of Eldara is a multifaceted setting based on traditional fantasy, which deeply explores the concepts of astral sages, knights, and runes. The current world, Teleria, serves as a starting point in the Rebels of Eldara and sets the tone for general fantasy in the world. Ooh, look at you, man. That's not a professional, bro. These act visuals inspired me to my stuff too. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool when you think about like what it would look like if like the size of like a certain star, because there's also like stars and other celestial bodies of like what would it look like if like we replaced our star with like Proxima whatever or something like that. Those are always cool. I always loved that about astrophysics. It's one of the things that I loved about the field that tempted me greatly to get into physics as an academic. The problem is I'm not good at mechanical things, at mechanical problem like math and that side of it, right? I'm not very good at it. So I could never go and pursue physics as a career, and I always deeply loved astrophysics because of that. Same thing with like software engineering. Like I love so much about software engineering, but writing code is like very difficult for me to like learn and master the precise intricacies of writing code. But I know a lot about, you know, the whole process around it, and I love that part of it. But so I'm trying I don't have an astral C in my game. Why would I have an astral sea? Because D&D does that? Like, no, fuck, man. Space is cool enough as it is. And I know I'm bending space, like, I'm bending things really hard right now, trying to figure out how to make the orbit work around Eldara with all these, like, world, like, it's a whole thing. I'm working on it. It's gonna be... what I'm gonna settle on, the physics of how Eldara works as a setting, is going to make actual astronomers and astrophysicists go, okay, cool. But not make any of them go, wow, that would work, you know? Because it's like the average person, I need them to be like, okay, seems reasonable. And I need somebody who knows. This is how I feel like about astral knights or whatever, right? Is that they always say like I want HEMA nerds to be happy with it, but if they really know, they're gonna know that it's like kind of bullshit or whatever, right?
Because everyone like Tim and Bash then. What's Tim and Bash? What if X Planet was where the moon was? A big thing for me. Yeah, that's cool. Tim Bash is in stream topics. What is it? Postman goes to wrong house. Oh, is this? Oh, is this? Oh, wait. Why do I feel like I recognize this guy? Have I seen this shit before? I feel like I have. Magic it. So here's the thing, man. Like, magicking stuff away. I always think about magicking stuff away, and I always think about this interview, or this discussion that I saw between George Lucas and James Cameron. I believe the program was called The History of Sci-Fi or something. I think it was called that. But basically, I think it was James Cameron that had all these different sci-fi, like Ridley Scott and like, you know, Spielberg, all these people, these movie producers or directors that have done science fiction stuff. And so he was talking about them about sci-fi and about cool stuff and whatnot. And he was talking with George Lucas, and George Lucas referenced this whole idea that Akira Kurosawa, for his samurai flicks, where he said that you have to maintain a sense of immaculate reality. So you can have crazy shit happening, but like how he would do it in movies is like he would have like the streets had to have rats on them, you know, the houses had to have like, you know, rice bags and stuff and whatnot around. Like the world had to feel immaculately real so that you could have this absurd samurai battle in it, and you didn't have to like stretch so much. I reframe this in building currency and spending currency. And so I've never liked the answer, because some people say like, oh, well, like in Star Wars, for instance, people say like, oh, you have a problem with the super laser in episode whatever bending. It's like, so you can have the Force and laser swords, but bending lasers are too much for you. It's like, yeah. There's a certain window that if something falls into it, as we have to suspend disbelief in this, we're going to be spending a lot of currency. You can only ask us to suspend disbelief on stupid things so much. Right? And it's easier to suspend disbelief on other things. So it's one of those, like, whenever somebody uses as a like for fantasy, here's the one I hate, and I always love to dunk on for fantasy. When I say that your dragons should be big, bulky lizards that have big, huge wings that look like they can power their way through the air, obviously we know a dragon can't fly. That the creature is just not designed to. A creature that large and lizard and whatnot is not going to fly. But a dragon with little spindly wings versus a dragon with big, beefy, chunky, muscular back wings, your mind can accept the dragon, that creature looks like it can fly, a whole lot more than the other creature. So like, oh, in a world where there's magic, you can't believe this dragon can fly? It's like, yeah, idiot. No, I'm sorry. I'm getting aggro for no reason. No, I'm messing around. So it's just like, yeah, you know, yeah, I can believe that the dragon needs to like be a certain way, look a certain way. So I think the Game of Thrones dragons are great. They're big, chunky lizard creatures that had big, whatever, wings on them, you know? And I believe that's more believable for me. And so it's one of those things where if you are asking people to suspend disbelief, and you're going to say, I have this world where you can snap your fingers and cast magic. And Harry Potter is a great example of this, I think, because so much of Harry Potter is grounded. And when you suspend disbelief, you suspend it in the way that you like suspend it that magic can do stuff, but you don't suspend disbelief that physics exists. So things within the magical system still adhere to physics greatly. You know, your broom will still drop in air. Your laser will still whatever. And so I think for the astrophysics of how Eldara works, it has to be reasonable enough. Like, the planets around Eldara have to be in a certain type of orbit. Now, whether or not celestial bodies this big could be in orbits like this realistically around a planet that's like the size of Jupiter or larger, in reference, like if you had the size of like, you know, Titan, Europa, Ganymede, whatever, if those were Earth size, how big would Jupiter or Saturn have to be? It's like, sure. So you figure all that out and then figure out, could this celestial body orbit a star to the point where it's in a Goldilocks zone? The star is big and dense enough that it would still be like, you know, a white star like ours or yellow star like ours, but without being like unstable. But then we have to be certain distance away because the star has to be this size, and then our years are this long. And it's like, there's lots of little nitpicky things about the physics of how to make Eldara work that I'm just going to try and hit like 75% of. Knowing that I'm magicking away part of it, but I'm not going to magic away everything because people are going to be like, oh, well, it doesn't orbit. Like, this would orbit around Eldara. Like, it just sits there. Like, I don't believe that, you know? So I'd have things like, oh, I had to figure out all the orbits for the world and figure out at what time of the year you see what planets. And also figure out certain things like what happens. Do you ever have an orbit where a planet, where Eldara eclipses? Like, what's the angle of the orbits, right? Where is there ever a time when like Eldara would eclipse the sun for like 3 days as you're passing by it? Like, I don't fucking know, man. I got to think about all this. I got to make a model for this. Like, I actually need to make an astrological, astronomical, astro something. But I need to make a model for this and see how it actually work and play out. And see how long days and years and things like that would look. And I kind of have to magic away a little bit of it, but I need to get it 70% good before, you know. Does it orbit around Eldara or orbit around the sun? But they have a close orbit. The planets orbit around Eldara like moons, and then Eldara orbits around a sun. And I have to figure out the size of the star, the Goldilocks zone of the area, the color of the star, the orbit length. I got to figure out how long a year is in Eldara to be reasonable. If you have 26 Earth-sized planets orbiting around a large planet, would the planet have to be so large that it would collapse into a star? And then you can magic that away though easily, because you're like, oh, it's a magic planet. And you're like, oh, okay, whatever, you know. Or you know, you can kind of magic with the size of the planet as well a little bit, because what Eldara is, the actual Eldara is the name of the main world, of the big white glowy Jupiter planet. That's the name of the setting. The setting is named after that world of Eldara. And what Eldara is a mystery that is hopefully an interesting payoff for people who play the game and who go through the stories. But if you ask people what Eldara is, people have different answers. The elves say something different than the dwarves. The Mithara say something very different from everyone else, you know, as to what that thing in the sky is. And there's no portals to it. You can't go to Eldara as far as anyone's concerned or knows. No one's ever been there. There's no stories of that except for ancient myth and tale and whatnot that is cultural as opposed to, you know, chronicle whatever, or I don't know. It's apocrypha. It's something. So I'm actually, if Eldara is greater than 10 Jupiter masses, it'd be a brown dwarf star. Exactly. That's the problem, is like if you had, so I thought it was 8, and I didn't want to quote that because you could have told me it was 4 and I would have maybe believed you. But that's the thing. So it's like, how big would Eldara have to be? And then would it be able to maintain itself as a planet, or would it like ignite into a star? And I don't know. It's like, ah, fuck. So do the gravity slingshot past each other? That's the thing. And then how does the gravity impact all of them? Because they do have different orbits, but I want them to all have fairly regular orbits. So I heard 10 sometime in the past. I thought it was 8, but you're probably right. I don't know. The difference between my setting and yours, mine, gravity has different origin functions separately. Is really, I would assume there's a lot different about our settings. I'd hope so anyway. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to do it. You blend the neutrinos. Yeah, fuck the fucking neutrinos, man. There's a lot of dark matter in there, man. It's crazy. Isn't there just so much dark matter you got to figure out or whatever? You need to. It's getting everywhere, you know. I'll create a new particle that physicists will find very interesting as to how things work. I'll figure out, yeah, what the missing particle is, and I'll make my dilithium for why the realms of Eldara can exist the way they do. Either way, I don't know. I think that's about it for stream today. I got some stuff to do. I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna go that way. I'm gonna get some more food. I'm fucking starving today. I don't know why, man. I'm gonna go eat like 4 eggs. Man, it's getting expensive. I'm buying a lot of eggs recently. Okay, where's my outro? Thank you guys for hanging out today. I appreciate it. Thanks for chilling with me. Thanks for relaxing. Tomorrow we'll probably do more of the same, a little bit more discussions on what we're gonna do for the world. I think we're gonna plan some stuff out for the Tuesday game tomorrow on paper. Figure out a couple things. Maybe make some NPCs tomorrow for the game. They will. I'd be fun to do a little exercise of figuring out what NPCs you guys would like to see sort of like in the world. And I mean, like, unfortunately you have to have a bit of context. So if it's like, oh man, I think like Sky Knights are really cool. Could we have a Sky Knight NPC show up or something like that? Like stories you guys want to maybe see a little more fleshed out, or ideas maybe we can put in for the game. But I'm really like thinking about two things right now, and that's commissions and that game. That's my focus this weekend. So I got a list. I got lists, man. I got lists, and I got theories, and I got it's the whole thing. So there's a weak force and a strong force in the atomic scale, so you can just make up forces. I kind of what I'm thinking about too. Yeah. Hope you guys enjoy your stay. Thanks for chilling today. It's wonderful to have you here, Emotion, as well. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for all the follows, everybody. Thanks for the bits. Thanks to those of you who did resub or do a new sub. I'm not sure if there's any new subs today, but thank you regardless for all the subs and everything. Y'all are amazing. Have a great rest of your day. I'll see you tomorrow. And until next time, farewell.